Oh my goodness. Wow.
He might call.
Wow.
He folded.
Welcome everyone. It is Tuesday, March 11th. We have another edition of the GG Millions. Big special welcome to Stoyan Obreshkov, who joins us for the pregame show. We're going to have the full show. We got legends here as always, all across the board. Players, guests, prize pool. It's all fun. It's the Champions League of Poker, GG Million. Stoyan, how are you?
Thanks for inviting me first. I'm pretty excited to be here in the show. Actually, I wanted to be here when the show started. I was like, oh, well, that'll be fun. And I'm watching and studying this final table. I've been doing it for a long time. So yeah, really happy I'm here.
Amazing. Well, we're very honored to have you. Look at your resume, very much so impressive. Bulgaria, up on the money list. You obviously have a lot of results live. This is and online, but this showing some of the results you've had, and you also are very well accomplished with GTO Wizard and ICM, which we're going to be leaning on your expertise today. We'll talk about some spots. We'll talk about some of that as well. But first off, again, 7 figures in earnings, some big scores as well live, and playing a lot of online poker. You said you know most of these players today, which is excellent news because we're going to be calling on you to tell us about them in a little bit. But let's go ahead and first dive in. Let's take a look at the all-time. We're going to see the first, actually, Ben CB, shout out to Ben CB, won this event, has been a 5-time guest. No guarantees, Stoyan. You come on here, you're just going to win the GG Million. But Ben got that done. He's a 5-time guest. He did win last week. Let's take a look first at the hand that he did win with just last week. Again, he took it down. You can see he was battling a very tough opponent, Pedro Neves here. They got it in a spot where it looked like a limp. He checked back Queen Jack. They were battling. It was back and forth. Ben was very short, and then he did come all the way back and take it down. So very exciting final table last week. Pretty standard off the limp. Check back
I
Queen
was
Jack.
pretty surprised to see the check call on the flop, to be honest.
Yeah, so and he limped in, he checked back pretty, again, Queen 7 off the computer hand. That's the dead middling hand in poker. He did go ahead and play it with not raising, which again, pretty good hand to check back. A bit trappy, but also not quite strong enough. And as it turns out, he's got a good hand. He loses to a 10, loses to Queen King, loses to a few other hands here. He does block straights, flushes, and ultimately he decided to play his hand as a check call here on the river and got the title. If I can remember what was the hand for a bluff, 7-8, right? With the club, having a possible straight there with the 8 in there as a good bluff candidate. And you can see Ben did get the title, does get another win. You can see, I think, 20 final tables, and that was, I believe, his second win only. So again, hard to get to a final table, hard to win. Ben did that, and we will then also take a look at our all-time list for the GG Millions. And pretty cool when there's someone at the final table who is on that list, and we have that today. Nicholas Ostet, someone we could spend the whole pregame show on. This player alone, I always say November 9th. He final tabled the main event recently for a large score, and is maybe, would you say, one of the best online poker players to ever play? Is that fair to give him in the consideration as the greatest even of all time?
I'll not say who the greatest is. This is, a big dispute and pretty tough to say. But for me, longevity is key. So if we look at his scores for the past many years, he's always been up there. So respect for him. He's one of the biggest grinders out there, one of the most accomplished online players for sure.
Yeah, it really, again, his resume speaks for itself online and live. This is just on GG Millions alone, taking a look at his resume here, how many times he's cashed, how many times he's won, looking for his 5th title. And very interesting, I'll tell you something today, not one player at this entire final table has won this event before. So it will either be a 5th title for Nicholas, or it will be a first-time winner on the GG Million. So pretty exciting stuff. And he's right in the middle of the pack. 9 players, he's in 5th. Pretty fair fight. Him versus the world, it feels like today. But there's some other big names here as well, players that have gotten second and are regulars on the show. So let's go ahead and dive in and take a look at the list for the season, because I want to remind everyone that this is the first part of the season. Very cool this year that GG is breaking it into 2 seasons. The World Series of Poker in July, right? Just starts in end of May. That will be the first half of 2025. So that's season 1. And then there will be a season 2 culminating at the Bahamas. We're going to have prizes, giveaways, ways for you to be involved on the show, which is coming very soon, and some big announcements next week. You can mark your calendars for that. So that is where it stands at the moment on here with the players. And you can see there some titles. There was, of course, the special edition event. You can see B Binder. He has got himself 1.8 million for taking down that large double edition, 2-week version. We had a week off, and that's why for this very special event, he did take that down. There's your leaderboard for that. And now, again, we have some great players today, not just Nicholas. We have a lot of players to talk about. Let's kind of go through and highlight these players at this final table. We're going to see the prize pool here as well. I think we had 134 entries, if I'm not mistaken, today, and that is around 300,000 at first. The 40 grand guaranteed to ninth place. What stands out to you, Stoyan, with the GGMillion payout structure in particular? When you make a final table, you're an expert at ICM. Anything here that you want to talk about that's interesting, opposed to some other payout structures?
Well, yeah. For GG payout structures, I think it's done in a way that it's not so top heavy as we're used to seeing WSOP, and most live tournaments do it a bit more top heavy, so they have a big first place. In GG, the payout is a bit more spread out. So yeah, we're not playing for first place as much. Each pay jump matters. I really like this structure. So second place is about 75% of first place, and third should be about 75% of second, and so on. I'm a fan of this structure. I like it, and I think it's the best one for online tournaments right now.
Yeah, it's great. It is nice, and everyone here guaranteed 4 buy-ins, of course, at least. So let's go ahead and dive in. We got 9 players to go through, and we'll start out here with Ilya Arkhipov, who I have not seen before. He has 7 appearances, 2 cashes, not joining us yet on the final table. So here he is. What do you know about him? What can you tell us about him? And this, I believe, Mauritius flag, very interesting colored flag. I don't think we've ever seen this flag on the final table. So maybe a historic debut for this as well. What do you know about Ilya?
I've played with him a little bit online. He's a creative player for sure. I don't know him in person. I haven't played with him live, but we can expect high betting volume here.
Well, we can, again, say 22 big blinds. This has been a little bit unique lately. Some of the short stacks, not actually that short. 22 blinds, plenty of chips to play with at a final table. We're going to get to see at the end the in-client betting odds. If you are a GG account that you are able to wager on the players, and they do price that accordingly to their stack and skill and ability, which is kind of fun to sweat along if you're able to do that. So I think, here will be the longest odds, but still 22 big blinds, not short stacked by any means, plenty of play, and looking to cross the 1 million GG earnings all time. Only 61,000 of those being in the GGMillion sector. Let's go ahead to our 8th place, Owen Messery, who is someone who is also playing 25K heads up, very much so a talented player. I think you said he is a high stakes cash player, if I'm not mistaken. He has over 1 million in earnings on GG, and he has got himself 2 final tables in pretty good ratio as he's cashed and made the final tables in those. Tell me about Owen. What do you know about his game?
Yeah, absolute beast, high stakes cash game crusher. I think he won a recent challenge playing against the Barak and a bunch of the other top cash game players. So he understands the game very, very deeply. I haven't played with him much. I'm not sure about his ICM and how he approaches that, if he cares about going for the first place and for the title, or he's gonna try to maximize the value of his stack and get some pay jumps. We're gonna see in-game how he approaches that. But yeah, expect some high-quality poker from Owen.
Yeah, it's always interesting when players are high stakes cash and then they kind of drift into the tournament sector. It's sort of unpredictable and fun, and you just never know what you're going to get stylistically, how they play. This is someone who we don't have as much experience with, but again, does play high stakes cash, probably not afraid, and going to be showing us some tricks today. So let's go ahead and look at Casimir, who just was at a final table. We got to see him very recently. Only 4 appearances, does have a final table, and does have over 130,000, almost 140K in GGMillion earnings. How about this player? Kind of new, right? Young gun, really talented player, hailing out of those Nordic Finland states there. Casimir, tell me about your experience with Casimir.
Yeah, Zeiss, as we know him, he's one of the rising stars. one of the best young players for sure, and a really nice guy as well. Very aggressive, very good at poker, playing his best game in pretty much regardless the buy-in. Yeah, I have really a lot of respect for Casimir and his game.
Got to see him again, just battling, going for it, playing a really exciting brand of poker, and I'm sure we'll see the same again. A little shorter this time, 29 blinds. Last time I believe he was top 3 when we got to see him play, so he has to come from a different part of the game tree. He's going to have to come with a little different approach as one of the shorter stacks, and we'll see. Some players don't respect ICM, right? You say what someone said, ICM is for poor people. I think that's one of the more funny, famous quotes in poker. I don't think you'd agree with that. I can't say I do either, but some players do respect it more than others, and some are willing to just kind of mail it in and go for it. So we'll see what he does today. Let's go ahead to the next man, the Brazilian Fabiano Kowalski. Again, Boatardi, Praze, all my Brazilians out there, almost guaranteed they have a seat at the final table, which we see again here today. You know him well. I believe he's a good friend of yours. And tell me about his game and his going for his first win, 5 final tables on 55 appearances. Will this be the one he gets to win? Tell me about Fabiano.
Well, he's one of the Brazilian legends. He's been out there forever, has final tables in pretty much everything. A very accomplished player, has some tricks up his sleeve. So I certainly expect him to be going for it.
Yeah, over 2 million in live earnings, also online, just a staple. 32 big blinds today, and he has taken second. So he has tasted a victory, not got it. So interesting today that 8 of the 9 do not have a title. And as mentioned, Nicholas, who we are going to go ahead and see his resume and his impressive, just what he's done online. It's absolutely insane. But he is the only one with titles today, 4 of those to be exact. So Fabiano, we'll see if he can get it done, get his win. Let's go to our next player today. And as mentioned, we might have skipped one. Is Dominik actually in order? Let's double check that. We might have double stacked that. I think we in the reviewing that, but we'll stay on. We can stay on Dominik for a moment here. A guy again who I think back to back weeks second place, where the same winner won both weeks. So that was pretty crazy in a GGMillions to see first second back to back weeks, and he has over 20 million in lifetime earnings. They are 51 big blinds today, 3 final tables, 2 of those being second. And most of those, you can see he doesn't really play the other schedule, right? This is most of his earnings are from this GGMillions, but he knows it well. Played 21 times, 5 cashes, 3 final tables. Very impressive stuff. What do you know about Dom? Have you played with him live and or online?
Yeah, I've played with him decent amount, I would say, online back in the day, and now live a little bit. He's one of the most experienced players. Very good GTO, has his own way of doing things. He used to mix up limping and 3.5xing, which was, I mean, he kind of came up with it on the online streets. So yeah, he's certainly one of the best players out there. And I'm not sure how he approaches the game recently. I haven't seen him as much, but I'm pretty sure he's able to pull it off.
Yeah, not going to bet against him. Also, DTO, the app, he's got one of the softwares and one of the trainers people are very familiar with, and he is also a fixture in the high stakes world and done it all. Played the biggest buy-ins, has huge results, not afraid, knows what to do. And again, I thought I had it flipped, but that's right. So Dominik is in 5th. He's in the middle. And Nicholas Ostet, this is someone that demands respect. The guy needs time to spend on his resume. We're going to take some of that. He is the 4th place stack right now in this tournament. Let's go over here and look at this 2024 main event. That is a nice thing to have on your resume. The last main event, he took 3rd, put on a show, a clinic, if you will. And on the all-time money list, 233, you can see today 53 big blinds. Hold on, take a second. That's not an error. That is his GG earnings. 35 million on one poker site. There's other sites. I know people don't want to believe it. There is a few. This is the one. This is the mothership. This is the show. But that is a crazy number, man. Can we talk about that 35 million? What do you say to that? That's insane.
It speaks about itself. Lena is certainly one of the biggest grinders, and he gets respect from absolutely everyone. After his main event final table, he was playing like the regular schedule online, just grinding a few days a week. He wants it more than anyone else, and I think that's why he's had success for so many years. consecutively. And yeah, some people say he's the best player that has played online overall. I wouldn't disagree. He might be really the most accomplished online player of all time. So yeah, respect for Lena, and I'm really curious to see how he approaches this final table.
Well, he's got 44 final tables, 4 of those being wins. So pretty consistent there, what he's doing when he gets there. He's played this tournament over 4 years of his life. That is appearances, not total entries. So, there are rebuys available. You can, if you get knocked out, but you can see that 210 put, as you mentioned, the volume in. That is 52 Sundays over 4 years of his life. He has showed up, played this tournament, competed, and put those results on 6.5 million in this tournament of earnings alone. And we'll be spending, I'm sure, much more time talking about him and some hands he's playing today. But let's go to our next player, where we actually do get to see three. Is it the third place stack? So that is do you know Axel Roses? I think you might know who that is a little bit.
Yeah, I know him personally as well. I've played with him live just a little bit. I just know who he is. I would say this is the most creative player at the final table. And we have some creative players, but this is the most creative player at the final table. So you can expect absolutely everything from Axel.
Yeah, that is something that we are going to get to see. Another Brazilian flag. He's got himself creativity for sure. 26 appearances, 2 final tables. Can't wait to see what he's got up his sleeve. And we actually get to see one of those hands, the top 3 stacks. We will see a hand from Sunday played. Let's take a look at a hand from Sunday here, where he got to play at 4K, 8K blind. So this is actually very early stage as one of the highlight hands. We'll get to see one from each of the top 3 players. And this is a min raise. He's got the 8-9 off in the big blind. I'll let you tell me what pretty standard here, right? To close the action call. And your green king 9-7 rainbow board, all different suit. He is going to, it's a check. And what do you like here? Pretty simple, straightforward.
Pure. There's no reason to do anything else. Okay, well, I told you he's the most creative guy out there. Yeah, I did not expect that. But from him, yeah, a little bit more expected. All right, now he probably turns it into a bluff here. I mean, some extra equity. He'll try to probably fold out some jacks and maybe a king. So I'd expect bet turn jam river. Let's see.
Was he also, yeah, a good card for him. 8-10 would be the nuts. 8-5 would be also getting there. Some hands maybe you'd want to check raise as a bluff. He does go ahead and bet. I mean, he also could just have the best hand as well. So he goes ahead and bets, and you can see he covers Igor, and then he gets there on the river, not losing to much. He does lose to Jack Queen. He does lose to Jack 8, but unlikely that is the case. So now he has played. Does he just go for the jam? No, he doesn't go all in.
I was expecting to jam, but he didn't.
He doesn't. He gets paid. It looks like a hand that maybe would have had to call him would have jammed. Igor just calls and sees the bad news. So as you mentioned, an unconventional line already. You thought about this player. You know he's capable, and he also keeps you guessing. So he does do just that. Plays a little bit tricky. Check raises middle pair there. Gets there, gets paid, and that is how he got off to a fast start. That is one of the hands from Sunday for our third place player. Let's go to Aerts. Aerts here. He is a guy that just is an absolute crusher. He has got 8 appearances, 4 cashes, first final table, 2.3 million GG earnings, and he also was at the World Series of Poker Paradise. Just an unreal event there in the Bahamas. So many people coming together. 25K, 50 mil, really insane stuff. He did play the PLO, looks like. So he plays not just Hold'em, plays PLO, and he is in second today with a very healthy 63 big blind stack. Let's take a look at a hand from Sunday from Aerts here. Ace Jack on the button. All right, so good starting hand, 7-handed. You got a nice stack. One of the
two
fun hands
tables
to play. Not always so easy to play this type of hand. You are on the button though.
Is that around 2 tables left, you think? I think it should be
17.5, 35. Yeah. And you can see some of the stacks. I'm Businessman 2.7, Dominik 1.9. This is exactly, I would say 2 tables left at this stage of the tournament.
Let's see what he does. Probably 3 bets. Okay, flats. That's both
Interesting to
options.
note how short the small blind is here. Also, two players we've seen many times at the final table.
Yeah.
Nike, Emilio, and Robbie Garby, two of the regs here. So Nike gonna fold. Ravid with a vulnerable stack.
I haven't seen Peter grinding the regular schedule as much, but he usually plays Sundays, the big events, the big live events. So yeah, I expect him to be still in a good shape, and he has played quite a lot of poker throughout his life.
So Dominik gonna go a lead out, ace jack with no diamond. Does have that gut shot to the nuts, the 10. Also, beat some hands ahead of things. Does
Certainly
call. Gets the ace on the turn, blocks jack 10. Has a strong hand here. Still a little bit scary, right? Dominik covers two of the bigger stacks. See what he comes with here. It's check two.
Now it's really thin. If we're playing for chips, you might be thinking to be value betting wider and be using bigger sizes. Now that we're approaching the final table, you want more pot control. So let's see what he chooses.
Goes big, pretty big here. I like it. He gets to have jack 10. If his opponent has some kind of flush draw, has the ace with the flush draw, queen with the flush draw, you charge him. Maybe don't get to value bet this river, and it hits gin though. Gets the absolute best case, offsuit 10. So if he wasn't short now, he has the stone cold nuts, which is nice. And let's see what he goes with here. I mean, what if when you're check two, if you are check two here, what do you like to do sizing wise based on this run out with the diamonds missing and trying to get called, but also don't want to go too big, you don't want to go too small, and what size would, if you're check two here, what would you like to bet generally?
Well, it's a spot where you don't have that many bluffs. First, because it's close to the final table. Second, because you already called the flop on this texture. So not that many flush draws. You still have some. So yeah, I guess he'll still go 600. Okay, he decided to go smaller because he doesn't have that many bluffs. I would expect him to just bet big and kind of polarize himself. But yeah, he's doing some kind of I would say, exploit here, since opening the river for more than half is usually not what we see in solvers, but who cares?
Yeah, these guys also, there's some definite exploits, and players here just play so well and know each other. It's a big buy-in, small field. These guys, I'm sure, have played a lot. So, all right, interesting. Got to see a look into his turn bet. I think the most interesting part about that hand is the sizing and what he's doing in that particular run out. So, nice hand there. Let's go to our chip leader today. I am businessman. This man is down to business. He has not got a title. He's gotten so many times deep or second. We saw him take second, I believe, not too long ago. So there is a look, 75 big blinds. That is going to separate first in the 9th, 22 blinds. He has got a lot of chips today. Also has a very impressive 8 million in earnings on GG. Let's go ahead and look at a hand from Sunday from I Am Businessman. And this is also deep in the tournament. Also ace jack, 15K, 30K blinds, almost the same, sort of the same exact spot, right? We saw 1750, 35K. This is a little before this maybe 2 tables left. So we're deep here in the tournament. And I Am Businessman debating what to do to flat or 3-bet. Certainly plain.
And yeah, he's not exactly a GTO player trying to play all hands by the rules or anything like that. So he has some tricks. I'm curious to see how he approaches in terms of ICM. Has the biggest stack, so he should be applying a lot of pressure at this final table.
Well, gets top pair, top kicker. Now, you want to hear talk about solvers, GTO wizard, this, that, and the other. Four-way tournament poker, not often you see this deep in tournament going four-way. We see an open, a flat, small blind comes in, big blind comes in. Now, again, nice to cover everyone, especially double Nike, and then Ravid is short, but Dominik has a lot of chips, and this is a pretty wet board, right? There's straight draws, flush draws, four-way. These are spots that are a little bit trickier. How do you approach this, Stoyan, when you flop top pair, top kicker in position?
Well, first I expect Dominik to be checking his whole range out of position, and four-way on the flop. And I'm businessman should certainly bet this hand. And in terms of sizing, I would expect the GTO sizing is probably on a smaller side, about 20%, just because we're four-way. But yeah, he goes bigger. As I said, he's not playing by the rules. So he kind of bets whatever he thinks his hand is worth at this point. And he's certainly gonna go for it. Turn is pretty safe. Nike doesn't really have that many hands that beat him. So he'll probably size up and set up a river shove. Maybe 300. Let's see.
He doesn't need, for a river shove, for a pop bet, he doesn't need that much, right? Because if he even bet, because there's already 400.
400 in the middle?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. So maybe a bit less than that. Yeah, I saw it. 466.
He does elect to check. Now, there is a lot of draws there. Nike's range going to consist a lot of suited broadways, pairs, blocks, jacks, which maybe would have raised anyway. So he kind of has like, worse suited Broadway, right? Like that, or somehow has nines or maybe even threes with that action. Probably wouldn't, I don't know if he would play it that way. So well done. Nice check back. He did end up getting two streets anyway, and he does get a good pickup there from the pot. Any critique on the river from Nike in terms of how that played out?
No, actually, Nike played his hand turn and river pretty standard. I'm not sure how deep in the tournament that is to be flatting at all. Probably not having a flatting range, 2 tables left out of the small blind. I do think I'm businessman missed some value on the turn because Nike should never have 2 pair on the flop, so it's just nines and threes, which is not that many combos. So I'd certainly bet the turn in the shoes of I'm businessman just to protect and get some value from weaker jacks. And once he checks, pretty easy call on the river. Since the sizing was not that big either. I mean, he doesn't have a decision on the river, just call.
Yep, all checks out. All right, well, the fun part now, let's get to the betting odds. Let's see who is priced with what. I'm going to let you pick first. I know you've seen it before. We get 100 units. And audience, if you're at home and you're in a place you can have a GG account, you can log in and you are able to bet and take it down if you want to sweat yourself. But I'll let you pick first. 100 units, 3 picks, your first pick. Go ahead. We'll put a dinner on it. How about that?
Works. Yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy to do it this way. Well, first pick, I thought about doing something unexpected, but I'll go with Lena, just respect for the GOAT. And I'll bet 40 units on Nicholas.
Nicholas 40. Okay, I will go with Dominik. I'm going to go with 50 units on Dom. Big Dom. I just feel like he's going to get it done today. Get his first title. Your pick. You got 2 more. Next one.
I'll bet on Casimir, the young gun. If he spins up this stack, I think he's very dangerous with he's very dangerous with any stack, but especially with a big stack. So if he spins it up, I think he has a real chance.
Okay. How much?
So,
how many?
I'll put again 40 units. I'll be a bit greedy.
Okay.
I'll put another 40 units on the big odds.
I like it. I'm just feeling I am businessman rocking this Latin. Shout out to that man and that energy today. I think he's gonna go play big boy poker. I'm gonna put 30 on him. Last pick. Give me your last pick for your last amount of units. Who do you got?
Last pick. Oh, that's tough. I want Fabiano and Peter. Kind of want them both, but okay. I'll go with Peter. He has double the stack, so I'll bet on him.
Okay. All right,
All right.
respect that. I got to go my Brazilian. You left him. It's a buddy of yours, Fabiano, the Brazilian. Vamos, gente. Feeling it for my remaining units. That's my picks at home. Good luck if you are wagering in the client on GG. And we will be giving giveaways today. Going to have three $50 tickets for you throughout the show. So we're going to do 3 instead of 2. Can't wait. Can't wait to see who gets what seat. Always exciting to see the seat selection. Going to talk to Stoyan about strategy when we return, and I will see you back after the break in 5 minutes. We're playing to a winner, no deal making. GG Millions, Champions League of Poker, Champions League of Poker, and Champions League going in the real world right now in big matches as well. So we can't wait, and we'll see you in 5 minutes.
Yes, sir.
All right, we are back from the short break. Pre-game show done. We got my man Stoyan Obreshkov, who is he's here. He is here in the flesh. He's an ICM expert. He knows GTO Wizard. He knows all the good stuff, and we're going to lean on him today. Stoyan, appreciate the time. Again, we already just covered it. We showed your resume, very impressive. One of the all-time leaders in the Bulgaria money list, and also plays online and does coaching for CNC, which we will talk about throughout the show as well. Let's go ahead and do the seat selection. Any strategy here if you're one of the short stacks? Obviously, the big stack, get to the left generally of the skilled and big stack players. What do you do if you're one of the early players here at this seat selection?
If you're early, you probably want to pick button or cutoff, just in case that nobody moves you. You stay in a better position rather than being the big blind first hand, but that's about it. You can't do much because there are many picks after you.
Yeah, not too much to do. One of the reasons being chip leader is so valuable, especially in GG, they have this very cool feature, best software in the world, and they are showing us here this final table seat selection. Very cool how that works.
See, Fabiano took Casimir's place, probably wants to be in position. Yeah, I guess that's the idea. Okay, Lena goes on the button in position of Fabiano and Peter. Curious to see Axel, what he does here. He times out. Yeah. Maybe he just wants to be there.
Yeah, you never know. People have their own style in thought process, but at the end of the day, I am businessman. We'll get the last selection. So really, it comes down to this, see where he wants to do. And sometimes people go the direct left. Sometimes they sort of get across from people. And here you see he sort of tees up to the left of Nicholas, who I would say is, again, one of the most respected, great players. And it's just, that's it. That's off and running. This is the deal. You can see your game clock with an M ratio, and that is an adjustment. It used to be different time. They did sort of give a final table clock setting where this is very cool chess clock. I got to say, I think this is something that being live would be amazing to do, to have a chess clock. Obviously can't do that in every tournament and all the World Series of Poker. So many people there, so many different events going on, but a lot of times clocks are utilized as well as the big blind ante to really save time. And it just seems to make the game go so much quicker, even though, and it's kind of counterintuitive. You would think it might take longer, but people do respect, play quicker, and don't delay as much. And we are off and running today with a couple of decent hands to start, nines and ace jack suited. And Nicholas, tell you what, it's, again, he's got 4 titles. No one else has one. If he's flopping top set, going to be hard to stop this man because he's tough already. And if he's making hands, that is dangerous. 9-3-5, 2 spades. Going to go ahead and slip some rope over to Fabiano. Ace jack suited completely misses here.
Yeah, he probably checks back to realize to not get blown off his equity by a possible check raise. His hand also dominates some ace x, jack x that could give him a better top pair on the turn. Now I expect Nicholas to be betting the turn for value and protection. Yeah. And pretty straightforward fold.
Yeah, I mean, just one of those things. It's hard to make a set, hard to make a pair, let alone even there. You got to hit something and then also get paid. So poker is just so beautiful. No limit hold'em, just so much creativity. There's so much maneuverability with sizing, over betting pots, under betting. So many creative things you can do in so many different places, and just being able to read your opponents and what their likelihood of hands are and also their tendencies. Just a beautiful game, and we get to see the best in the world weekly here on the GG Millions. Pleasure to have everyone. Let us know where you're watching from in the world. You're in Bulgaria? Is that correct? I know that's where you're from and raised that. Is that where you're living, or where do you bounce around?
Yeah, I'm from Bulgaria and living here in my hometown. But let's pause this story for a second because you will probably see a big pot here. Top pair versus combo draw. Yeah, that's gonna be a check raise, and I actually would probably check back this queen jack in the Fabiano shoes because it's not such a strong hand that we want to be playing for stacks. That's the final table, and now he's in a really, really bad spot, and that's why you don't bet this hand on the first place. and high ICM spots like the final table, you don't really want to be c-betting that much against the bigger stacks. You generally want to be pot controlling more, even with your top pairs. So yeah, now he's in a really bad spot, and I don't even know what he does here. Probably just folds.
Wow.
Yeah. This is probably gonna be a follow through with a really small size setting up a river shove, probably quarter pot by Peter, I would expect. Okay. Decides to check, played a bit trappy with the one SPR. Fabiano certainly checks here. There's no reason to turn this hand into a bluff. Oh.
Ooh. Yeah, pretty nasty. Queen had a queen in his hand. So does Fabiano, and he improves to 2 pair. Although the board is very scary, and if you lose to any check raise, like even 9-10 off with the heart or something, maybe would be a decent hand to do it with. He's in the big blind. That's a possible thing. You lose to everything now, right? The check raises you pretty much. You lose to flushes, lose to straights. Your queen jack isn't that strong of a kicker that turned into 2 pair though. That's his maybe only problem in this hand. And I don't know. This is an all-in, and does Fabiano? I mean, can you
I
really
think he's
call
gonna
it? I don't
find the
know.
fold here. A bit greedy
Yeah,
by Peter, and I think Fabiano is gonna find the fold. Yeah, sure, he has 2 pair and certainly has worse hands in his range, but at the final table, he certainly has many better hands, and I don't think he'll be committing his whole stack with the 2 pair. As you said, there's a lot of nutted combos, a lot of strong hands, and a big blind range here after check raising the flop. Well, he's checking the turn, but he could be checking flushes as he actually did. So yeah, expect Fabiano to be folding here. Certainly
yeah. I
gonna
mean,
take.
the one thing to consider. One of the problems is the hands for value that he check raises. Let's say somehow Jack 8, Jack 8 or 8-3 suited, Jack 3 suited, maybe defending the big blind, something like that. That then turns their hand kind of in a bluff because he's thinking, why did he check the heart on the turn and then now he's shoving? That's the part that he's maybe considering. Could he be beating a hand for value that now shoves, right? Something like that. But I think ultimately he did make a good disciplined fold and thought it through, and it just wasn't enough that made sense that he could beat. So good fold. And also, you were a little surprised he called the flop, right? That was maybe the only thing he had a chance to kind of get away. Although he did call with the best hand on the flop, so he played it well, right? He called when he was ahead and he folded when he was behind. Pretty good style. If you have a style as a poker player, that's one you'd like to be in tune with. And Fabiano now going to work with King Jack off, going to run into a real hand, Ace King here.
Yeah, Fabiano opens aggressively, opened Queen Jack off, which was a kind of a break-even spot pre-flop last hand. Now opens King Jack off, which is around the bottom as well. So he doesn't mind opening up, even though he was mid-stack. Now he's gonna open again, I expect. I mean, he's not folding. Wow, he's folding Ace-10 here, which I feel is probably better than the King Jack in the previous spot, but probably because he opened 2 spots in a row and lost. Now he doesn't want to open as much. Axel
Yeah, so much.
bet to a big size last hand, which was
Yep.
something to consider. Okay, Lena's definitely gonna open this. And okay, Axel disciplined fold, King 5 suited.
Yeah,
Casimir
that's
just defending, no reason to really do anything else except for calling. He knows that very well.
yeah, that there's so much about timing and tempo too. Fabiano, pretty rough start, loses a decent sized pot, then he opens King Jack, it's runs into Ace King, and then he folds Ace-10. Would have been against Ace-9, or maybe just got it through, right? The Ace-9 probably not gonna challenge him there. So a little bit of a rocky start, still 9-handed. And we will have 3 giveaways today, $50 each. So we'll queue those up maybe with 5, 4, and 3 left in the stream, or 4, 3, and then 2. I will get those going. You must be subscribed, must hit the thumbs up. That will be the first part of the giveaway. I also have a tweet, got to get out. Give me a second. I just want to make sure we were live before I put that out. And that will be only known to you. I'm not going to put in the wording about the giveaway, but you will know it's going to be $50 out of my pocket. So that's cash I will do for you guys, and I'll put that link up later in the stream. Also, Stoyan, while we have a moment here, we do see A7 off and 10s probably not going to be too eventful. I think 10s, how many blinds is that? Strong enough to put some pressure on. I don't think you want to flat out of position here. You just kind of got to take a stand. But tell me about CNC and your coaching. How often are you doing that? You do group coaching, individual? I want to know a little bit about what you specifically do with CNC.
Well, CNC is a great place to develop your game, not only because of the high quality content, which is live sessions by different coaches on different topics. So as a player, you can choose what to watch on what day. You participate live, so you can ask questions. You take part in the session, which I really value. It's like live group coaching with different players and different coaches taking part. And also we have a great community on Discord, so you can use that also to get connected and improve your own poker community. So I've been doing that for years, usually about one session a month, and mostly on ICM topics. And I really enjoy this format a lot more than doing videos, because I get asked different questions. Each session is more fluid depending on the players. So it gives me more room to improve as a coach, as a presenter, as a player even as well. And some of the players have contacted me from CNC GTO Wizard, and just mouth-to-mouth advertising, I guess. To do some private sessions and group sessions and stables. I do all of that. Sometimes I work with recreationals just for fun, just if I want to help someone who wants to be battling, but he's a businessman, he doesn't have time to study on his own that much. I enjoy that as well. It's a different way of coaching, and it's a challenge for sure, but I like it.
Yeah, no, it's a great point, and I think that's one of those things. Whether you're playing paddle tennis, which is very popular now, padel, if you will, in Miami, these different games, like getting coaching, it really elevates your game quickly to take some coaching and do some extra work. We have a mystery hand. Gonna hold my thought about coaching and how much that helps and what you can do to learn with the tools and the technology these days. But Fabiano, this is our guy. This is your friend. He's opening ace-8 suited. Another hand, pretty good hand in this position in the cutoff, but also a tricky hand to play. And his stack is vulnerable. Let's see what's going to happen here. This one is this is a fun one. He gets flatted. Very important pot for Fabiano right now.
Yeah. He starts the hand with 16 big blinds, so expect him to be c-betting this texture. He's happy to be getting the money in at this point with 2 SPR. Should probably be just betting and getting the money in versus the big blind. I mean, not really happy. Happy is probably not the right word, but with that SPR, there's not much he can do. And also, if he checks the flop, he gives a free card to both the other players on any high card, on any club, any straight completer. His hand goes down in value. So I like the c-bet here. He goes for for quarter pot. Now this is a turn I expect Owen to be leading quite a lot, because it completes his straights and flushes. But he quickly checks, doesn't even consider it. Fabiano on the other hand, his hand is not as strong anymore, so I'd expect him to be checking it back. And now he has the nuts.
Pretty much the nuts, yes. He loses to what, 8-6, and he loses to pocket fives. But yes, effectively the nuts, ace-8 suited on this board, got to feel pretty good. The straight flush as well, kind of sneaky, random, would be a really insane cooler, but he is loving his hand and the run out. So let's see here what Owen comes with and what Fabiano does. And to be honest, there's not many eights Fabiano's going to open right from this spot with his hand in his stack. So this
Not
is
too many.
Wow, Owen just going to check though. Doesn't take a shot at it. Interesting.
Fabiano probably tries to figure out what Owen has, because Owen should be betting a lot of his 5x on the river, I'd assume. So based on that assumption, I expect Fabiano to not be shoving. He almost shoves. We can consider that shoving. He left just 2.5 big blinds behind. Not much that Owen can call with against this sizing. So Owen probably never has an 8, a 5 here. Could have a flush.
Wow. I'm just, I would say, do you ever have fives or like 8, 6, 7? Oh, the straight flush. I'm just thinking there's these hands, the hands that you lose to are sick. Straight flush quads or 8, 6. And that is a wild, wild hand. Owen, I want to say it felt actually, because that board, and you would expect him to have more of that, then it felt like he was super strong. Honestly, I just had a feeling it was strong, but that is over the top strong. That is nasty strong, and that is a cooler to kick off things today on the GG Millions. And if you're at home taking notes, it's scary out there. Stay safe. What you're doing, definitely don't be walking across the street on your phone watching this. Be alert to your surroundings and know that things can happen. Poker is a reminder about life daily. Things happen, not about what happens, how you react. That's a cold one, my friend. Fabiano, we will see you again. Nice score for 40, but that is a dirty way to go out. Dirty run out. GG. Wow. Whew. Scary.
Fabiano, it was not his day, but now we have an interesting spot where Peter decides to lead of a texture that is 0 leads in GPV, but actually has leads in this scenario when he has the far bigger stack, and his hand is also has some decent backdoor potential. Now this 8 is also good for a big blind, but his hand, I'd assume, wants to be checking on the turn because just blocks auto faults, having the queen of hearts, blocking some overcards with a backdoor flush draw from Zeiss. For Zeiss, nothing really extraordinary here. Pretty standard flop call, standard turn call as well, having the spade against this sizing. Now let's see what Peter does on the river if he wants to pull the trigger. He has a really bad combo to be bluffing the river, but who cares? He maybe decides to do that.
Yeah, he has stone air. I mean, his opponent does have some of these sort of ace queen, ace king, one spade hands, and he's going to bet again. And honestly, ace jack off as a bluff catcher here, it doesn't really feel good, right? For that sizing, it's almost like, yeah.
It's possible that he calls this spot. I've seen him doing that.
Or raising. I mean, the board does pair. I don't know if raising makes a ton of sense. He does have that jack of spades. The lead out on the flop is a very interesting hand. What a treat today. Definitely a hand I'm going to write down, jot down, talk with some friends with, because this is a bit unconventional from Aerts here. People putting the hearts in the chat, enjoying it. I'm enjoying it. What a fast start today. You can see the stats on the left of Casimir. Although he plays a pretty aggressive style once he gets going, only 4% of the hands 3-bet. That is from the Sunday stats of this tournament. So just to be aware, that's not his lifetime stats on GG or even this tournament, just from Sunday.
He has a decision here.
I think he's considering raising, honestly.
Yeah, he could be, certainly.
I don't think like, yeah, the call is, I just feel like it's there's not like a ton of random bluffs in there. I guess there's some like this that you just wouldn't expect. Right, true. The long tank raise is always wildly scary too. It looks strong to me. What a treat.
Depends how long.
This was a treat. No idea. This is why I love this tournament. Love this game. You think ABC option, fold, call, whatever, and then the raise maybe just jams in like a 450 or 500 raise. But I don't know. He's really banking on taking a lot of time now.
Yeah, I think that's a bit too long to be jamming at this point, because if you're having a really strong hand, you probably wouldn't burn like 2 minutes of your time just to do some Hollywood. So I'd expect at this point he thinks about calling or folding. But yeah, certainly jamming was an option at some point. But before the 2 minute tank.
And if you're Pieter here, it's oh wow, he does get the fold. I mean, I think that was an unreasonable amount of time to then raise. So that was okay. Nice hands. We've seen some tricky hands. I gotta say, my spidey senses with Owen, I really thought he had like 8-6 or some bladed hand there. I just had a feeling that when he as played, right, it just looked like he was super, super strong. That you don't see a straight flush. I don't know if we've seen a straight. I haven't seen one on here in a while. Maybe one, but very rare to see that. And there's the Greg goes all in, running hot emoji. Yes, he is. Owen, cash game specialist, off to a great start. 1.4 million.
Yeah, I'd also expect him to be check raising the gut shot straight flush draw on the flop at a high frequency. He decided to call, so that's why I kind of had it off my mind and said Fabiano has the nuts. But yeah, we saw the pretty much one of the worst coolers you can see at a final table.
You can never be too careful.
Axel has been playing a little bit tighter than usual. He folded fives at the beginning. Oh wow, Ilya now does something I would not expect.
Bit outrageous. This is how I would describe this table today. Outrageous. That is not the cold 4-bet all in. It looks so strong. It's Jack 10 suited. The fold equity doesn't even look like much there, and he's going to get it. What an animal. Nice play. Very nice play. Started the day as your short stack. And good tournament going for Ilya right now, right? You come in, you're 9-9, one player already out, and you get a massive 4-bet jam through and force a better hand to fold. So really good start for Ilya here, who is now.
His hand is so weak, it looks almost like chip dumping. I'm sure it's not, but it just, he probably has a read about Peter, and even then, I mean, such an unexpected shove.
You mentioned Axel Rose is also a very fun and active player, right? So maybe a little bit of a that factoring in the formula of risking it. Listen, you get called by ace queen, ace king, nines or something from Axel. Probably wouldn't be a 3-bet from Pieter with 8s or 9s, but Jack 10 suited plays pretty well against a lot of hands. So he's willing to gamble, and he's the shortest stack. So I think that was a good calculated risk, because risk premium being the lowest. If he goes out, it's not that end of the world, right? So he found a way, and he actually chipped up really nicely there.
Yeah, I mean, he's certainly allowed to be risking, but yeah, Jack 10 suited just way too much. In the meanwhile, we missed 3-bet by its size from the big blind with ace 5 off. So as I said, he's an aggressive player, and he proved it right away. Now we have a top set against some backdoor potential from Peter and naked gut shot from Lena. So let's see how this plays out. Maybe if Peter checks here, yeah, the hand might be over on the flop. I'd guess Dominik wants to bet this hand 100%. So deep, 100% of the time. Lena folds. His hand is just way too bad with somebody behind. Now, let's see if he can be creative here. I mean, he certainly could invent something with this hand, although it's certainly too weak to be check raising.
Renato, hello in the chat, asking what's the biggest cooler you've seen here at this final table. I mean, we've seen some nasty hands. I've seen so many. I don't want to misspeak specifically. Definitely seen full house over full house. Full house for straight flush. There've been a couple insane runouts, of course, just some all the times you see in hands, but nothing like stands out. That was definitely an interesting to lose top full house, basically second up full house to straight flush was pretty definitely up there. Definitely up there on the run out as
Now, interesting hand here. Owen checks his whole range on this texture, I'm pretty sure, and now Dominik might start betting with the ace of spades, decides to check. On the turn, I guess Owen goes for a bet. His hand wants protection and value. He can get value from a worse 10, 9s, 8s. So yeah, if he bets, the hand will be over. Yeah. I don't think Dominik, yeah. All right. Pretty standard.
Yeah, Owen off and running, and he's gonna have himself a little situation here. We got Jacks and Ace King, so these hands will clash. Let's see under the gun, maybe Casimir giving a little bit of respect, but at the end of the day, he's got Ace King 8-handed off of this stack depth. It's not really much to talk about. It's a good hand to have.
Yeah, he's certainly gonna go for it. I expect him to be three betting it. What's that? Yeah. And Owen probably just shoves here, and we will see the first flip.
Yeah, expect to see 5. I think we're going to get this in. I mean, there's a world where Owen flats, probably not this shallow, though. I think Jacks are just going to want to play for the money, but we do see players do a variety of creative things.
He's not loving it with Jacks here for sure, but as a cash game player, I'd expect him to just shove. He calls, which yeah, I'm not against. Okay, so that's gonna be a check call, most probably. And size, I know him as you know, a player who's gonna keep barreling. Oh wow, we see a check raise, so that is unexpected now. On a queen high, with a range disadvantage, not having aces, kings, queens, Owen check raising jacks on a queen high. It's very unexpected, but puts Zeiss in a tough spot. Oh, wow.
It's another unconventional hand, like in a few respects, and then the ace comes on the turn of your jacks. You're actually playing it kind of nice. You get to a flop. You don't just get in a flip. You have the best hand on the flop. You get a check raise in for value, and now here on the turn, you hate it. You absolutely hate this.
Yeah, he's gonna be giving up. This is such a good card for Zeiss. Oh. Okay. Well.
Well, it leaves himself $1 million if things don't go right, and he is now betting 189. And Casimir kind of thinking, what is this guy? What's he got? What is happening here? Like he check raises me, and now the ace comes. I hit the ace king, and I'm getting bet into.
He's turning his hand into a bluff, but it's just the worst card in the deck for him. And Zeiss could easily have queens, aces, ace king, even ace queen off as a 3-bet pre-flop. So yeah, I don't like this turn bet at all. It's only putting pressure on kings pretty much. So Zeiss is thinking between shoving and calling. I'd guess he's gonna just call. Let him borrow. Although the pot is very big at this point. But yeah, he doesn't have any. Yeah, he's probably just tanking to rep kings, and he's gonna call turn. He's trying to look weak, I guess, because he cannot really do anything different than calling. I mean, shoving doesn't really make any sense. He doesn't have any bluffs to be shoving with. Folding is out of the question. I think so. He's burning some time to look weak. That's my read. So Owen doesn't have 5s and 3s pre-flop. He has ace queen as the only hand that beats size pretty much.
This hand's taking a long time. This is like one of the more. It's almost like an SNL skit of jacks to ace king off this stack depth. Like they're really playing a pot. You know what I mean? And like ace king is. They're both. I think they're both lost a little bit here on what's happening. I just think is Casimir maybe talking himself. You can never fold on like as played, or we're not going to fold here. I'm just wondering, like, is he's taking a ton of clock.
Yeah, that's a lot of time.
A lot, like to the point of they say think long, think wrong. Like we have seen some insane folds in spots.
Well, I'll be really
That would be
surprised.
out there.
Owen is, I mean, he doesn't really have that many good hands on this, in this spot. He really doesn't have aces. Shouldn't have ace 5, ace 3, 3s, 5s. So it's just ace queen, possibly queens.
Played like that. Yeah, he doesn't have ace jack either, does he? Ace jack suited where he gets 3-bet, he opens, gets 3-bet, and then as probably wouldn't play it this way though, right? If he had ace jack, that's the thing. That's what I think is worrying him. This is a crazy hand. Like we are official. This is Casimir debating if he's good right now. And there's reason to, wow. I mean, this guys, this is going to be a highlight on my YouTube channel, Jeff Gross Poker. I do the knockout hands. I'm gonna have to put that hand along with the knockout hands. Stoyan, what is happening today at home? I need to know right now. We got 1,000 people on. We got 3 giveaways for you today, not 2. I got the tweet loaded up, Jeff Gross Poker for $50 cash. I'm gonna put that link in there, and I am beside myself.
That was a weird hand. I mean, I think size just put Owen on a really strong hand because the ace is supposed to be a high frequency check out of position, and it's a really under bluffed spot. So Owen found a spot that was under bluffed to be bluffing and actually got size off a really strong hand. I don't think he picked the right combo. Jacks was a kind of a bad combo to hold there, but yeah, wow, what an unexpected way to win this hand. Yeah, I'm very surprised. So flop went check here. Lena pot controlling the flop, which I really like with this hand. And probably going check on the turn. And let's see if Owen decides to block bet the river for value.
Wow. I mean, it's just the thing is though, you can look at it and say from a perspective, Casimir, like, wow, what a crazy bad fold. But guess what? This guy's one of the best in the world. And that's the thing. Great players are willing to make great folds. And he's probably so many times getting that right. It looks absurd. To be fair, you got to get that right, right? When you fold and you're wrong, it's a big mistake. But this guy is elite and he's willing to make big folds. And he just got a little bit confused. Owen there. I mean, I don't think in a million years Owen's trying to get him to fold ace king there, though, right? I mean, that's not
No,
what he's
he
not
was
what
trying
he's attempting.
to king fold probably. Yeah, they were just targeting kings, I guess. And yeah, he would not believe his eyes when he sees ace king, watching the final table afterwards. And Lena went with a value bet on the river. His hand was a pretty clear check on the river with, Jack 7 on a king queen 7-5-3. I think he value owned himself. His hand should be a check, but he also doesn't play GTO, so he might be leveling the other opponent with this light value bet. He's playing his own style, and he's been successful for many years with his exploits. So yeah, this final table now, the stacks are pretty much even on top. Peter, Owen, and the businessman are chip leaders with similar stacks. Then size is really short, which increases risk premium for all the other players. And yeah, we'll have some interesting dynamics. Let's see who takes the chip lead. Yeah, whoever takes the chip lead will have a future game advantage. But at this point, I guess these players will be, the similar stacks will be playing very cautiously against each other, waiting for the short stacks to bust. Ilya defends. Nicholas probably goes for a quarter pot c-bet here. Just easier to play. Yeah, this hand with the bigger stack.
I'm needed a minute. There's certain hands that make my head spin, and that was just like at such a level, just thinking about, that was just so crazy. That was one of the crazier, like the fact that it didn't get all in pre, the fact that how the flop went, the check raise, and then lead on the worst card in the deck. It just was a lot. That was just a lot to understand. That was a crazy hand. Very, very interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Okay, businessman folds 10-9 suited here. Was that 10-9 suited? UTG, I think, yeah, he folded 10-9 suited, which is kind of unexpected because he's a loose opener overall. Lena just goes the big blind. All right, top pair versus top pair. With Peter having nothing, I expect Ilya to, I mean, he flatted queen 10 off pre-flop, so that speaks about his style. Is doesn't really care about ICM or GTO, all that stuff. So we'll see him bet, and Lena should be just calling, having Peter on his back. All right, that saved Ilya for sure. That saved him another street or two.
Yep.
Probably another street. Should go check here. Yeah, showdown value versus worst queens versus jack versus flush draws. Yeah, no reason to turn his hand into a bluff, but he still does, and it might work out well in this exact case. Let's see. This is a mistake I see a lot of players do very often. They're just betting way too much. So this hand now doesn't really fold out that many better hands, and at the same time doesn't get value from many worse hands. So it's neither value nor a bluff. But in that exact case, you can say, he somehow made it work in his favor.
This is like an merge. That's a hybrid. That was a hybrid bet, and we've seen two hybrid bets that have worked out fantastically with the worst hand getting the really strong hand to fold. And I guess again, you can't fully blame Lena there because like how played, it looks significantly strong betting into the other player as well. The ace comes, he just bets again. And listen, these guys make a living making great decisions. So when you see someone get bluffed or remember, you're seeing the cards face up, you're seeing the whole cards, and ultimately population tendencies and just making great decisions constantly and consistently. That's how you win the money. So yes, sometimes you're going to get bluffed. Sometimes you're going to make a fold. And to be fair, there is ICM, right? There is all these other considerations. And at the end of the day, Lena's probably very confident with the stack, with the ability to find better situations to put money in. It's not just the turn, it's then the river. How often is a player going to shut down? If you're not good, there's so much stuff to, there's just so much stuff to consider at all times. So that's why the game's beautiful. We're seeing some crazy hands, that's for sure. We're seeing some wild
I don't
hands.
blame him for folding at all because he easily has better hands there. He has like ace high flush draws, straights, two pairs on the turn. So this king queen was not really that high up in his
Yeah.
range.
No, that one's much different than the other. I'm just saying it's just wild to see sort of these hands that are, queen 10 off flatting, also not a typical standard play to start with. So we're seeing sort of unconventional lines and hands as well sort of develop here, which has been fun for sure. As we move along, we have seen one knockout, 8 remain. Lower left of the screen, you get to see the payouts, get to see the player name that has been eliminated. If that is the case, as we are 8 left, 291 to first, upper left, showing you in how many hands the blinds do increase. Pieter there, Aerts taking it down. Very tough player. Saw him get a bluff through with the queen 3. We've seen a bag of hands. We have seen a really, really high level hands early on here. We've seen sort of everything, bluffs, hybrid, verge, value bets. We've seen it all here. We got ace king to 10s, another pretty big matchup, although these players are two of the bigger stacks. So maybe treading cautiously as we see just a call. Makes sense.
Yeah.
A lot of chips.
One of the biggest coolers out there.
Yeah. Yes, we did.
Let's see what Axel does here. All right, he goes for a squeeze. It's not gonna work though. Lena's gonna shove here. Pretty sure about that, and should be taking it down.
From a risk premium perspective, though, Lena to get in a flip against queens or jacks or whatever, it's not great. This is not a great time. Like for ice, you know what I mean? This is not what wants. It's not looking to get in against a flip. So he is gonna. It's good enough. He's gonna go ahead and do it. I'm just saying that's it's obviously there's this part of the puzzle is that's also part of it, right? When you do take the initiative here, you are gonna have hands that are bluffing that just fold and you win all the money. But he would not want to be all in against queens, for example, here, of course.
That's a disaster. Having to flip here against queens is a disaster. But yeah, ace king actually is easier to get the money in Lena's shoes because he's blocking ace and kings. So much better than having jacks, for instance. Let's see what Axel does here. He should be folding, but I mean, I've seen a lot from this guy, so I wouldn't say he's gonna fold 100%. Let's see.
If somehow he even went the next step and pushed it or something, this would also be for Lena, not a hand you typically want to see. This would be kind of a weird, fake, big 3 million chip pop. But hey, like some guys just are here to win. But hey, he got out of the way. Just decided that was enough. He started going down the wrong path there with Lena, and Lena back to 2.2. As we mentioned, Lena okay to make us. Steve Daneman actually said this, it's only a small mistake to fold, Stoyan. That was one of his notes on his heads up match, and we made to the final table. Sometimes you just get out of the way. It's all good. You might get bluffed once in a while. That's not the end of the world.
Yeah, it was interesting to see Lena inducing Axel. So I guess they have played together because ace king is usually just zipping it in. Pre-flop, trying to take the pot down. And we usually see ace king suited inducing, kings aces inducing. But yeah, he induced with ace king off. So we see Lena playing for first, knowing his opponents. I like this induced by him actually, because if he gets the chip lead, his future game is gonna have a really, really favorable position at the table with his big chip lead. If say Axel decided to shove a weaker ace or some other bluff. Now, what do we see here? Limped pot, blind versus blind. Owen checked the flop. Yeah, you see a lot of pot controlling by the big stacks. We saw Aerts flatting kings and checking back on 9-9x a few hands ago. So he probably checks here as well. You see there's a top pair versus second pair, and we don't see any betting. All right, Peter goes for a little bit of a thin value bet. Not too bad considering that Owen should be betting a decent amount of the aces on the flop or on the turn. He decided to check and now should go check. Peter doesn't really have any value here, I'd guess. Yeah. All right, Owen cautiously checking a top pair twice. I like it. I would be doing the same in his shoes. Big stack versus big stack, you should be really, really careful. Especially that his kicker was not very good. So
Jack four
probably a
here.
limp.
Queen three suited.
Yeah, limp and a check, seems like.
Yeah, queen three suited. One of those hands. Nice to get to check back in the big blind. Does have a backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw is out flopped. Jack four makes the pair, starts with a check. Everything checking out so far. Both players. This stack distribution is making similar to a recent one where it just feel, like everyone's pretty healthy. There's the Casimir is short that jacks to ace king was a trippy hand. Other than that, everyone else like bunch of chips. Gonna see a battle here today. No one is a lock by any means. This is wide open.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough now if there is no big chip leader. Everybody's gotta play a bit more protective, especially the big stacks. And now, yeah, once the other big stacks fold, whoever is the biggest stack becomes the chip leader and starts playing aggressively. So everyone's waiting on size to bust, but he has aces. And he's most probably not gonna bust.
Yeah, pretty silly cooler. And
Curious to see what he decides to do here. He has different options. He could jump, he could call, he could 3-bet. Nah, I don't think he 3-bets normal lane. Maybe he could at 12 bigs. Below 10, not sure if he decides to do that. Yeah, he's gonna shove.
Yeah, it's against an under the gun raise, so he's just kind of banking a decent hand. There is a king 3-3 flop, needs a queen, or we will see a double and make it even tighter amongst the players where no one's short. River is a paint, little sweat, but 100%. Casimir, lock it up. Gonna get to see that ace king that was not correct that he folded in a little bit on the delay, but he is back in the game. And again, wild hands today. Seen some wild hands.
Yeah, that was two of my picks. Getting it in against each other, Lena and Size. So I'm happy that Size doubled up and I'm closer to a dinner.
That's right. We have a nice dinner for sure. Tens, 8-4, eights make a pair. Tens with a nice flop there. The over 9-8-3. How much of a difference does it mean to have tens here versus like kings with no spade, with tens with a spade? What type of maybe betting or different approach might you take in terms of sizing and consideration when you're against the big blind heads up here?
Well, Owen decides to go kind of big, considering that they're both big stacks, which is how the hand plays out in ICM, sorry, in GPV. But at the final table, you usually don't see that many big sizes unless you really cover your opponent by a decent amount. So tens with a spade is certainly one of the first hands that wants to bet a bigger size if you decide to do that at all, just because it requires the most protection, gets value against a 9, against an 8. Now that turn bet is certainly a bit dicey. He goes big with tens on a turn that, completes the straight. Lena has a jack quite some time, jack with a flush draw, jack 10, queen jack. So yeah, that turn bet I did not expect. It's a bit closer to chippy V, disregarding the ICM at the table. But,
I disagree a little bit. I think the size was a little big, but it's not really a bad card. I don't think he really has many jack there. Like he has the tens in his hand, and now he's open-ended. I don't think there's many Jack 10 or 10-7 there. You know what I mean? I think it's just kind of like he's betting, trying to target a 9 or an 8 and protect against flush draws and pretty much never getting raised, but maybe a little big. I do like the bet though. I think the Jack's kind of innocuous in that spot. You know what I mean? When you have the Jack, I guess you could have Jack 8 or Queen Jack or something, but it's just pretty still strong tens on that board. He's not going to be able to bet the river most rivers, I don't think. So I like the play there in that spot. But again, he's a cash game guy, right? He plays big pots. He's not afraid to be tricky, to mix it up and go for value. So Owen, as it stands, is the chip leader with 2.6 million.
Yeah, I agree with you that it's certainly beneficial that he's blocking straights with both cards. It's just that in a final table, you really don't want to be value betting super wide. And the Jack is a card that completes Nicholas straights, although Owen is blocking like 10-7 and Queen 10, but Lena has Jack 10, Queen Jack as well, offsuit combos. So yeah, it was a bit aggressive, but certainly not something crazy. Yeah.
And this is a dirty cooler. Kings to ace king, although Casimir will be well in it if he can find the ace. Ace king to kings, not there. Needs a runner. No club actually available. Needs an ace on the river.
Not gonna hit the ace, and we see its size. GG, bro. Well,
GG's all around. That is unfortunate. One of your picks down to 7.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing he could do there. You're going to be thinking about that ace king fold for sure. As it stands, 7 remain. There is your 8th place finisher, and Nicholas at 1.8, still raising, taking down pots, doing what he does best. He is your only winner ever from this format. GGMillion, 4-time winner, and now we are down to 7. And will he be the 5-time winner, or will we get a first here? Got to bet on the likelihood of being a first. He has 1.8 million against the field, but so far so good. Nicholas doing what he needs to do.
You have Businessman and Dominik. I have Aerts and Lena. So I'm a little bit ahead, but not too much.
Fair fight.
Fair fight, yeah. So Aerts decides to lead this texture. I like it. Overall, he has a lot more 7x out of the big blind. He's the chip leader here. So this is a texture that could be led a lot. Queen 10 hearts, not really the best combo, but yeah, the 9-7-7, we do see quite a lot of leads by the chip leader on the flop. And now the ace probably slow him down, and I expect Dominik to be checking it back, pot controlling most of the time, but let's see if he wants to bet and try to get some value. Yeah, he's gonna pot control because it's really tricky. Aerts could still have a 7. He's also a tricky aggressive player, could be check raising the turn sometimes. So I like the check back by Dominik. He understands ICM as far as I've played with him. Yeah, he doesn't even bet the river. This is what I'm talking about. When you're playing at the final table, you don't want to be value betting kind of medium strength hands. Because if he opens up the action there, Aerts could still jam and rep a 7 and put Dominik in a really, really tough spot.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's similar to that ace 8 and the straight flush. You can't quite say because that ace 8, you got to believe, you have to bet, and it's just clearly a value hand. But there are situations where you could argue and you know, you think about what are you betting, getting called by, and then you do also open the door for something to go wrong. So yeah, all those things to consider, why it's fun and why everyone plays a little bit differently so far. Again, some special bluffs, special calls, special runouts, 7 left. and 65K the next payout. So already 6.5 buy-ins. For the next place. Aces getting passed out here. And Pieter, guy who's creative, they're deep. Oh, and he knows is going to be opening wide. He could 3-bet this. This is not a mandatory by any means, but he does pass. Good discipline would not have worked. And Owen going to show, hey, I'm getting cards. I'm not just chip leader opening up here. Going to get 9s now this time. Also, no one really to contest here. Kind of a boring distribution.
Yeah, Owen getting some hands now, getting to the chip lead, although they're very, very close. And I would say Pieter, I would correct myself. He has a favorable position, although his stack is a little bit shorter. Him being in position is what matters more, I would say, in that case. So we'll see how the dynamic plays between the two.
Wow.
I guess they don't really fight too much at this point. And Ilya just feeling it here with 6-3. Let's see whether Owen's gonna flat or zip it in. Probably gonna flat considering the flat that he did with jacks. Although it was different positions, it was UTG. Okay, he decided to jam. Maybe he knows Ilya is out of line. Right. Have a 5-minute break.
That is in the real time in the client. We will not take that break. We're going to keep on keeping on. As you see, 7th place, 66,000. We will skip that and take the delay a bit shorter. Appreciate all you guys and girls watching the world. Let us know where you're in. We got Bulgaria, Miami in the mix, and we have got a 3 giveaway show today, plus the $50 tweet. Jeff Gross Poker, you guys can get that out. Guess the winner. Hit the retweet button. That'll be 50 cash. So four tweets, $200. And Stoyan, yeah, Stoyan. How you pronounce your full name so we know at home, just so we make sure we're getting it right. I hate to pronounce things wrong. I'm sure. Give us the full name from your pronunciation.
Stoyan Obreshkov.
Stoyan Obreshkov.
Yeah, it's hard for pretty much everyone outside of Bulgaria to pronounce my name. So I've heard everything. I even make my reservations in the States under the name Tony, just so it's easier. I don't have to spell it out. But yeah, Stoyan, you can choose. And we see another cooler here pre-flop. Ilya opening up Queen 5 suited. He plays, yeah, a lot of hands we can see, and he creates a situation for Axel and Lena to maybe clash pre-flop. Jacks against Ace King. Wow, Axel decides to call, and I don't like it because Lena 3-betting button versus cutoff. Cutoff is 20 bigs. You certainly wanna 4-bet Ace King off. There, you don't want to be flatting at all, in theory. And in practice, I don't even think it works very well because Lena has the initiative. If you don't hit your ace or king, you might have to fold. If you hit your ace, you will not get paid by jacks, for instance. So yeah, I would try to push Lena off his hand by 4-betting pre-flop. But yeah, Axel decided to call, and that's fine. Now, Businessman is probably gonna flat this and see how Owen's gonna do. But King 7 off, cash game player. I'd imagine he folds 100%. All right, Businessman decides to 3-bet Ace Queen off. Not really value 3-bet in a sense that he cannot play for stacks. It's not really a pure bluff either because Lena will be calling weaker hands. So let's see, Businessman might take this down just because he has the initiative if he decides to bet flop, borrow turn, or maybe even take it down on the flop.
Yeah. I will say
Lena,
we're seeing again another distribution of stacks where, again, with ICM respect, things are going to be a little bit tight probably, and people playing a little more conservative. With that being said, this group has been anything but that. They've definitely been going for it and showing us some willingness to put pressure on. But ace queen suited still in there, hanging in. 5, 8, 10, 6, 4-card rainbow. No flush draw possible going to now the river.
businessman's thinking about betting here, but he decides to check, and most probably they're gonna check it down and chop it up. Interesting that businessman didn't bet the flop. We usually see high frequency C bets from the 3-better. But yeah, chop it up.
One of those guys, Nicholas, is a little bit more, just a guy, you got to give him a little bit different respect maybe. And I think he does benefit. We see that in the history of poker, some runs, players that have gone these epic heaters live. I like to ask them. I've had on my podcast too about, like there's been the Bryn Kinneys or Dan Coleman and Bonomo, Fedor, these runs, where they just are untouchable. And there is something to that when people just maybe defend a little less in the big blind against them. They might fold a little bit more often. They might check back a little bit more. They just feel like you kind of know what they have and what's going on. I do think there is a bit of that energy at a certain level where players do get that type of extra respect. Do you feel that? Do you think there's something to that live or online where certain players, maybe I'm just not saying at the highest level against each other, but in a main event or in a big field, if you see a guy that's well-known or girl, that maybe they get more, credit or players are a little scared of them. Do you feel that's a valuable sort of attribute to have?
Yeah, certainly the fear factor, or as you could put it, the mojo. When you have the mojo and you feel confident and you sit down at the table as a winner, people feel that around you, and that could certainly help. And Lena is one of the guys who can use his image very well, and that's why I think he's been very successful in big fields, in main events, in those mixed events where you see a lot of recreationals and players from all levels. He's really good with understanding where he is in the hand, where his opponent is, and just how to get the most out of it. So yeah, there's certainly the fear factor and that aspect, even at the high stakes, I would say. And here we saw Pieter leading the flop again. I see that he's been studying ICM for sure. If he has leads with on these textures, kind of disconnected 7-5 deuce. But yeah, his hand was really good for leading also, as he had a top pair and needed protection. Surprised to see Leon not raising or getting it in on the flop with his short stack. But yeah, considering he 3-bet 6-3 suited a few hands ago, yeah, I expected to see him raise the eights. And that would have put Pieter in a tough spot, by the way. And here, businessman decides to flat jacks against 20 big blinds. I think that's a pure 3-bet. Pieter decides to squeeze ace-5 suited, which will not work pre-flop, but might work post-flop.
Yep. Another hand, just enough. Jacks have really been in the blender today. They kind of have been in weird spots, and Jacks came out. Owen just running with that moment. What a huge swing that was. And this time, ace-5 is going to outflop Jacks. Again, ace-10 suited would have had the winning hand at the moment, but Pieter finding himself a squeeze into a good position.
Yeah, he's gonna take it down most probably. On this run out, on this flop, I don't see businessman falling that often. He doesn't even have a diamond in his hand. So sure, the sizing small, but what do you expect with jacks here? Even Peter's bluffs got there. If he decided to get funky with the suited ace or king queen suited or something, all right,
This is
well, that's
officially out of
yeah.
pocket. We are seeing an out of pocket opposite day. Like this is like play jacks, get to a flop, get a bad flop. People are getting check raised. People are leading out. Peter, this has been the most wildly unconventional final table I think we've seen. And here he is going to come, and it's a big card to connect with the 5 of diamonds. If he was a little uncomfortable, he's going to feel better. Although the diamonds now possible. Would I am businessman raise a flush draw as played though on the flop? Probably not, right? If you had a flush draw like Jack Queen of diamonds or something, would you just come out raising here when you got popped pre? I don't think so. So I don't think the diamonds are super credible.
No, he wouldn't have many flush draws in the first place because
Right.
because of how tight ranges are. And yeah, he certainly wouldn't be raising that many flush draws on the flop, considering that Peter covers him and they're healthy stacks, both of them.
Yep.
So he decides to shut it down for now. Peter has 2 pair. Could he just block bet, try to get some value of maybe ace queen? Yeah, block bet. And I want to say he's gonna fold, but we've seen such action with jacks so far. I'm not gonna say anything against jacks anymore on this final table. Give me a second. I'm gonna go get some tea. I'm gonna be right back.
No worries. We have got ourselves a very entertaining final table, that's for sure. Again, some of the biggest, brightest stars in the world here. Nicholas Ostad, Dominik Nish, two of the household name. Fedor, Aerts as well. Great player. Owen, high stakes cash player. Axel and I am businessman play with a lot of flavor. And Ilya from Mauritius, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, that flag, one I have not seen on the GGMillion at least, and a very colorful flag, I believe, out of Africa, if I'm not mistaken. But that is he is playing an inspired brand of poker so far. Really been in there mixing it up with some modest holdings. So we have seen it all today. Jacks have been crazy, crazy, crazy stuff. But hey, Jacks, Ace Queen, those are the hands that are tricky to play. And here we go. Gonna check raise and 10-8 suited. I mean, does have the back doors, does know his players a little bit crazy, but is it really, are you able to float there? Probably not on the Jack high with the 10-8 suited. And again, picks it up. Ilya getting it done, showing us some willingness to put pressure on without having even a semi bluff. As ace 4 off, going to run into the ace king suited. Could have shaked out to be an interesting hand. Ace king suited versus 8-9 suited. As it turns out, it'll just go open 3-bet, and then ace 4 off probably gets out of the way. But wow, invites in the 8-9 suited here, Stoyan, and that is going to be a good flop for ace king suited. Boards paired Jack 5, ace king suited in the lead the whole way, and currently. Maybe because Ilya, who he believes plays wild, flats there, like kind of trapping in a way. It's tier 1, it's ace king suited, but also ICM does check back now. 8-9 suited has a open-ended straight flush draw versus nut flush draw, and this could get interesting. Yep. Licensed to bet now. Certainly 9 high with the open-ended straight flush draw on a paired board. Definitely seems like a reasonable bet. And that's quite a card. Brings a possible flush, which Dominik has. 8-9 makes the low end of the straight. Now, one thing to note here is Dominik should never really have ace king, correct? He flatted ace king. So that is also going to be a little bit problematic for Nicholas Ostad, who may not believe that. But the flush, what do you have a flush? He does have some flushes. There are full houses out there. Thinking if he wants to bet or check and decide, and probably going to be paying off a bet here. And gonna get snap called, as we said. Doesn't really have ace king. Board's paired. Can't blame Nicholas from calling. He is gonna see the bad news. Ace king suited. Dominik getting the chips. 2 million now in the middle. 1.5 for Nicholas. He can't believe it. Using the emojis there. Part of that beautiful software. GG's got all the best bells and whistles, and ace 8 gonna go to work. Opening up here. Fedor Aerts, who is your tied, we'll say, for chip lead with Owen. I'll Stoyan for a second. I think having a little technical difficulty, although he is around. We should ping him back in here shortly. Well, queen 9 suited, ace 8, queen 9 going to get the best of that flop, as Peter has a decision with the ace of hearts. Does he want to keep betting ace 8 off? Kind of missing, but realizing opening that hand, going to be not too many amazing flops. Going to start with a bet about 20% pot. Going to drop a link, CNC coaching. Big shout out to Stoyan and the crew over there. Raymond, going to get you guys a link if you're interested to know more. Again, there's so many options on coaching, sort of as I was saying earlier, alluded to about paddle in particular. I'm obsessed with that. If anyone's playing that out there, just getting a coach, taking some lessons really can do a lot. So I highly recommend that. Finding one, you know, obviously we'll give Stoyan his flowers here, but finding a program or coaching or something you can do and talk and learn and constantly work will be beneficial almost surely for you.
Yeah, also good to mention the community that we have at CNC. All the great coaches, but also all the great players. Sometimes I am just, you know, proud to see such good players in the coachings coming to learn from me. It's a great feeling.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop a link in for those to check out some options there. Get started. Also, a lot of free content too, so you can take a look at that and give you guys a chance to check that out. Again, a lot of stuff I can recommend. A lot of different courses and places that are good. And what a run out there, Pierre! It's just Pieter getting himself another pot, 3.3 million. He is on his way to a very dominant stack. Also, nice he's on direct left of Owen, so things have kind of shaken out well for him. Dominik Nishi has to his left. And you guys are getting that tweet out. I see you getting the retweet out for 50 cash. 3 giveaways, not 2. We're doing 350s, not just 1 in 1 of 150. So we'll do that. King 4, 6, 7, wide ranges, the widest blind on blind, sort of the most fun, I would say, to play poker when you get in these, right? Just a lot of creativity and ability to make things happen, to win pots, to bluff, to play poker. This is something, if you're folding maybe too much in the small blind, want to think about maybe playing more often, understanding that it is a wider range. And same in the big blind. There's hands you should be isolating when a player limps in. You want to put pressure on. 6, 7 here, flops middle pair, gonna bet and take it down.
Yeah, he could have checked back as well. But I'm not against the bet. Axel would probably play kind of straightforward against the bigger stack of Owen.
Yep.
Axel playing somewhat tight, except for one aggressive action preflop I think he had with a wild combo. But yeah, overall not too aggressive at this final table. He knows that there's some great players out there. Peter calling Jack 10 off, which is against UTG and small blind, bit dicey. Certainly folding Jack 9 off. I'd imagine. Now Dominik is gonna check back this. Certainly not a high frequency bet on ace 5-5 with his whole range, because the big blind has the 5. Both players could have an ace, so Dominik should be checking back quite a lot. And especially when holding king queen, because he's blocking the auto folds, the king highs and the queen highs, in both in blinds, in both blinds ranges. Owen checks. Fedor's not gonna stop this. I don't think so. Although he has the most 5s, his combo is just not good at all for betting the turn. And Dominik's, I'd imagine he's gonna check as well. His combo is also not very good for. Okay, he decides to start betting with the queen of hearts, and he'll take it down.
Well done. Finds it, gets it. Happened to have a good hand to make the others fold. They didn't have much. Takes it, and Dominik up to 2.2. He's got 2 seconds, losing to the same player twice back-to-back weeks. Haven't seen him since, and here he is again, being a force at this final table, looking to deliver a title. It will be a first-time GGMillion winner today, unless Nicholas gets his 5th. That is what is up for grabs. Would you take right now, Stoyan? You take the field, or do you take Nicholas? Do you think he can do it? He's only got 1.5. It's a big ask, but is he really just going to win another title? I mean, at the moment, you couldn't make that bet. You couldn't take him versus the field, but he is always dangerous when he's in. I would
Yeah,
take the field.
realistically, if I'm putting a bet out there, I wouldn't bet on Nicholas, even if he's the best player, just because he has half the stack of the chip leaders. So now probably the highest chance has Peter and Owen. So both the chip leaders, just based on that, the fact that they're both good players, experienced, and have considerable chip lead, so it should be one of them having the highest chances. But man, that's poker. We've seen a lot of unexpected turns. So
this is a cool hand as well. And look at this. King 10 suited, 3 bets out of the small, peels the flat, Jack 9, King 10 diamonds, has the gut shot, backdoor diamonds, ace 10 off, has the best hand. Not going to love getting called here. This, I'm going to go ahead and say it. This might be my favorite GGMillions yet. And I love it. I know they're all different. They're all unique. We've had the biggest names. We've had 100 million in earnings amongst the players. We have had 18 titles. But today, just how the hands have played, the aggression, the unconventional lines, this has been a very interesting final table so far. And there's a lot more to go. I'll tell you that. This is a long way from over as we are in here. And look at this. Ace 10 is the best hand. King 10 suited, though, picks up the flush draw to go with the gut shot. And wow.
a lot of unconventional plays today for sure. Must be the, yeah. Oh wow, straight on the river. But Dominik will not get anything if he decides to bet here. So he peeled a 4-bet out of position. Then Nicholas went small on the flop, 15%. Decided to check back the turn without having a diamond. So I don't blame him for that. And Dominik goes for it, expecting to, or hoping for Nicholas to have something, to have some kind of queen maybe.
Yeah.
Who knows? I mean, king queen off, probably too wide of a 4-bet pre-flop. Ace queen off is could be a 4-bet pre-flop by Nicholas. So yeah, I guess Dominik hoped that Nicholas has ace queen there and just calls, or maybe pocket aces and that check back the turn. It's also a possibility.
This is a super unique distribution. 3 million, 3.1, 3 million, 2 million, 1, 1, 1, basically. So we have like all the 9, 11, 12, 30, 14 million chips in play, roughly, all essentially 3, 3, 2, 1, 1, 1. That is just very, very interesting breakout here as we see the 3 million chips all in a row. And
Yeah.
a Austria flag, Brazil flag here. Staples countries representation on the GGMillion.
Yeah, and the 3 million, 3 million, 3 million chip leaders are sitting on next to each other, which gives advantage to Dominik being in position of the other two guys. And then the short stacks are kind of waiting for each other to bust. Axel certainly, yeah, is gonna be, I guess, more careful since he has twice the stack of Ilya, who is the next shortest guy after Axel. So we'll see how this plays out. But yeah, these guys have 20 bigs each. Nicholas has 15 bigs. So that's not too many big blinds. At the final table, it means a lot to have 20 big blinds. You still have 3-bet non-all-in. You still have a lot of, options. But 20 big blinds, you get ace queen against nines, and you're out. Dominik going rather small here against the UTG Open of Axel. See if he's gonna continue. Axel decides to call. Now this is, a hand he should certainly be folding. When we're talking about ICM here, the risk premium is very high for Axel. Having three shorter guys, that's why I said he should be more careful and not put himself in these spots playing UTG versus good player and 3-bet pot with a mediocre hand and having to bluff catch sometimes with a top pair or middle pair. You just don't want to be playing post flop against the bigger stack in ICM as much. It's just the downside of losing is much bigger than the upside of winning, as we all know. Nicholas has a potential 3-bet candidate here. Sometimes he's not gonna take it, and I think it's a good fold. That's a good fold, especially against UTG.
Jacks. How many jacks? Anyone got the jack counter out there? 120 thumbs up, 1,000 watching, about 10%. Let's get that up to 20. If you're having a good time, if you're enjoying the stream, if you've seen the action, if you dig it, if you're having fun, please hit that thumbs up. Stoyan, have you even hit the thumbs up on your stream? You got to hit the thumbs up. We got to get the retweets out. We're going to get the giveaways queued live. So be ready for that. Must be subscribed and you must hit the thumbs up. So only about 10% you'll be eligible at the moment for that giveaway. And here we go again. Jacks. Nicholas is all of a sudden, this is going a little bit sideways for him. He knows Axel's capable. He's got the ace 10. Does he want to put it in here? Probably not generally. Not wanting something you do, although you do feel like you could be getting picked on by someone who's capable. Axel does have the jacks. Let's take it down.
Ace 10 is really not a good hand at all because it is just dominated by so many hands, so many combos of ace king, ace queen, ace jack out there. Yeah, it's really a terrible hand pre-flop ace 10 off, especially at the final table. So quick fold by Lena. Okay, we might be up for a big pot here.
Yeah, this has got a 2 mil plus price tag on it. This has got a guy who's playing aggressive flops, queen jack suited. Doesn't necessarily have to have a king as opponent. So the diamonds could be good, the queen could be good, the jack could be good, and he is going to be betting into Fedor, who loves that. King, queen on the king, king 5, 2 diamond, no diamond in his hand. He is loving this. These guys have been super aggressive too. He's actually led a lot. Doesn't lead here. Check raise, likely incoming.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to, but he does go ahead and do that. I think based on his style and their dynamic, gonna want to do that, right? He's you might as well have something. If you're aggressive when you don't so often, you may as well be aggressive when you have it. That is one of the things which is nice because you get to get paid on this. And Ilya's got himself a bit of a problem here. Gonna call and does not make the flush. The stack to pot ratio, hear that term frequently in poker. That means SPR. So there's 620 in the middle. He's got 785, getting close to about 1. And Pieter's got all the the options. Does he want to go smallish? Does he want to
He
tax
wants
a
to
little?
go small here, just because his hand is so strong. I mean, shoving doesn't really make that much sense with king queen. You kind of want your opponent to be calling the turn, and he's almost drawing dead with any hand. I mean, only flush draws really have some equity. So yeah, small size on the turn definitely makes the most sense to me. Wow, Ilya jumps here, very unexpected.
And no hero
Just
folds
calling.
this time. This is going to be
Yeah.
calling 82% of the time. We are going to see a knockout as the river is a 9. That'll do it. Ilya came in as a short stack, really got to play today, got some bang for his buck. He will go out there as we are down now to 6th or 7th place finisher. Going to be good for 66K. And this has been a grind. About an hour and 20 minutes, hour and a half almost to play. We've lost 3 players. We got down to our 6, getting closer to those giveaways. 140, you hit the thumbs up. Appreciate that. 1,000 watching in the US, Stoyan in Bulgaria. Let us know where you're watching the world from. International crowd here today. As always, we are having a good time and we are definitely taking notes. There are a lot of hands to look at here.
And we have the chip leader, Fedor, now chipped up to more than 4 million. Now we have a clear first place. And knowing how aggressive he is, I'd expect him to pump up the aggression even more, trying to separate himself from the crowd. But nothing he can do in this hand. But yeah, certainly I expect him to continue being aggressive. And we saw how it paid out for him. Having a strong hand, exactly as you said, he continued with aggression, check raising the king queen. And Ilya decided to just jam on the turn, which I think he didn't really have to do because he's not repping much. His aces are not jamming. His king x doesn't need to jam at all. So why jamming flush draws? He shouldn't really be having a jamming range there at all. Maybe he wanted to get the pot, kind of thinking that Fedor is a very aggressive player. Didn't work out. Owen picks up a great hand for 3-betting non-all-in. Ace-Jack off, really one of the best candidates for a 3-bet non-all-in. He's sizing 2x, could be 2.2. Yeah, not gonna work this time, obviously, against Ace King, but good choice of combo.
Yep. Happen to run into it. Ace King. We've seen a lot of big hands. Jacks, Ace King. Seen a lot of those today. Jack 9 suited here. First 310. Diamonds for everyone.
Yeah, Nicholas gonna jump. And he got what is that? 6th place guaranteed, 84K.
Yep, started the day in 4th. Definitely looking for more. He understands how to win. Seen him do it 4 times in this format, this tournament, this very tournament. Very hard to win. King 4 suited now. Dominik going a little wider. Queen 9 off, going to open. Understands the assignment, knows what he's doing, where he's able to attack. 6-7 off, going to call as the players all make pairs. Top 2 though for Dominik. First bottom pair.
Good open pre-flop, I would say. He's the chip leader once that Peter folds, so he should be putting pressure. I think pure open for Dominik pre-flop. He's very precise with ICM decisions as far as I've seen, and he proves it today as well. Now, interesting spot on the turn. He certainly has a decent hand that could be getting some value on the turn. He decides to do so for half pot, but Axel has bottom of his range pretty much without a heart, so nothing he can do. Nicholas, I expect to see a min raise here, pretty good combo to do so, and it should work decent amount of the time, unless Axel decides to get funky, but no. Let's see, Owen, probably just folding that. Okay. Decides to call, having a big risk premium advantage against Lena, who is just like 20% of Owen's stack. He has to continue here. I'd imagine he just calls the flop. Let's see. After the hand that he did with jacks, I am not gonna predict. I'm not very certain about predicting what Owen does. Now, Lena should be barreling this ace. Is a very good card for him. Having this amount of ace X in his open range pre-flop, and Owen just has to fold here. I mean, I don't think he gets stubborn with the bottom pair, pretty much bottom of his range as well. He's giving it some thought because the small sizing, but that's a standard sizing from Lena. He just has one SPR, so well played.
Never out of it. Never out. Wow, it's impressive game. Impressive players here. No one with anything this time. No real hand. 3-8 suited in the big. 6-7 suited. 6-7. I'm sorry, 6-7 offsuit. 3-8 suited. Both modest hands. That blind on blind spot we talk about. Pretty common spot to look at. And there's trip 8, 6-7 with the heart going. Not much else. Is going to bet right into trips. 5 of hearts for a little sweat. Not going to be the case. And this could be a one and done for Owen. Maybe not wanting to barrel too much here on the ace 8-8 getting called.
Yeah, his combo is just not really good for barreling the turn. He doesn't have any equity, so yeah.
There's the bet. That'll wrap that hand. Don't think there's any other possibility to get involved there. We are still 6 hand. Have you been enjoying? What has been the most shocking hand so far today? There's a couple that stand out. I think the one is going to be unanimous, but there has been multiple pretty wild hands today where I think anyone could say that was not what they would have done. And that is, again, the case oftentimes. This is the highest, the high level, and they're going to get it right often. Sometimes won't get the right result.
I guess Lena's not gonna check king queen here. Just a pip too strong. He could have checked back. King 10 off, king jack off. But I think, yeah, he plays for stacks with king queen off. Going non all in. And Dominik. Okay. Dominik decides to call with the jack 5 suited.
Ace 5, 3, 5, 5, 8. 2 10s over there. 2 10s for Dominik. Just feels like Dominik's day in a way at the moment. How it's breaking his seat. He's got a great seat now. Of course, Pieter up to 4.2 million, but that seat is big to have position as the stacks break out and sort of just getting fortuitous situations here. Again, 10's going to be good. Ten's going to be good on the 4-4-9 board. As tens. are gonna bet ace-5 Axel Roses. Been fairly well behaved. We're having a little technical difficulty there with Stoyan's camera. We'll have him back on in a moment as we see Axel. Does he want to get saucy? People are just coming at and picking spots. When you see that time bank ticking along, you start thinking people getting a little squirrely, a little out of line, making a little bit of a wild adjustments. To be fair, ace-5 definitely could be against the button. Ace-5 could easily be the best hand here. Tens loves that flop, 9-4-4. As the 7 rolls off, this is a bigger ask. This is a bigger bet. 3-11, start getting into play for stack territory. Axel, though, a man who's not afraid to take a stand. He definitely has made big calls in his life. Does he want a hero call this down? He is going to step into tens full. And this card, Dominik just can't believe. Probably got his opponent on a 9 at this point, or picked up some sort of flush draw, floated maybe some sort of diamonds. But as stands, this is the nuts here. Tens full, other than 4s. We have seen the nasty beat, but what is going on here? Tens full on the river. Does he go for all of it? What does he ask for? 1.2 million in the middle.
Yeah, it probably goes for all of it.
Yeah, less than 1 SPR.
See. So I was in the process of fixing the camera, and now it's done. What happened on the earlier streets? What happened on the flop here, Jeff?
This was check call, I believe. Dominik went for the check call. I'm sorry, Axel check called and then turned. He also, I want to say that he.
I mean, he should have bet at some point, because his hand is not good for check calling ace-5, right? Just has nothing on the flop. I guess he bluffed at some point.
He called. He definitely check called. Check called flop, check called turn. He called 3-11 on the turn there.
Right. That's ambitious.
Yeah. Big call there. Definitely ICM.
Now Dominik and Fedor with even stacks, and businessman. Not actually, Fedor and Nicholas were my picks, and you had Dominik. And is it only Dominik left?
Yeah, I had businessman.
Stacks in here.
Oh, 10-7, king 7. Great spot. Nicholas way ahead. There's the 10, though, for Axel Roses. Strikes it. Can he hold after getting there? River is a 3, and that is a really, really cruel run out for Nicholas, your 4-time GGMillion champion. Although he still has 134K left, that is for the majority of his chips. He's going to need a ton of good fortune now with 2 big blinds left. That was a great spot for Nicholas. Didn't get the run out he wanted there. Now he has Jack 7 suited with 2 blinds.
That was a nasty beat. I wanted to see Nicholas get further and learn from him as he plays. He's been playing very well at this final table so far. Pretty much no mistake. But unfortunate in that spot. And now shoves the Jack 7 suited for 2 big blinds. Axel calls. Owen is probably gonna call, I'd guess. See, okay, he pops it up. And let's see.
Ace-7, Jack 7. Ace-7 is dominating. Jack needs a Jack. 2 cards. You can see 14% now, 7, roughly 7% on the river. J, or we will see a knockout. And the man, we will have officially a new champion this week. There will be a first-time champion. That is Nicholas Ostad. Started the day in 4th. Going to go out in 6th. And we have 5 left. So everyone here guaranteed 6 figures. Great game for Nicholas. Got it in good. Played well again, made good decisions, got in a couple tough spots, but ultimately got in for the big money with the best of it and got. That was crazy. Very crazy runouts.
So now we have 2 chip leaders, Fedor and Dominik, and then 1 short stack, the businessman, Axel and Owen in the middle. See bet 7 on King Queen 9 with the far shorter stack. Now we have the businessman certainly playing pocket eights, and Fedor will have a decision out of the small blind against that min raise. What is he gonna do? Can we see him flat calling and letting Dominik in the action as well? Or will he decide to get funky? Businessman hasn't been... Okay, yeah, he decides to fold, really tight fold. I think King Queen suited, Queen Jack suited could be playing from the small blind, having 4 million chips. But he decided that the businessman is really tight and gave up.
Businessman, he started the day chip leader. He is down to 5. He really hasn't been too involved with hands. He's down to 1.1 million, less than 20 blinds. Just really hasn't got it to get a lot of great situations. There was a couple hands with ace queen. He 3-bet, maybe played a little differently in spots that you said maybe you would have, but it's been been interesting day. I mean, he just really hasn't got going. That's just the thick of it. He hasn't got it going. I'm going to start queuing up the giveaways here shortly, as we do have 3 of those to do. And on Twitter, Jeff Gross Poker, guys and girls, you can just get that retweet out for today. Have a chance at $50 cash. So again, $200 giveaways, 200 worth of giveaways. So we are in there. We are in the mix. Queen 7 suited, 7-8 suited. This should go well for I Am Businessman. He's got the better hand and the better draw, although maybe there's a world where he does miss and get blown off. Pierre definitely well equipped to unload barrels and bluffs. So let's see how he wants to play this with an ace high board calling. And that actually is not the best card because there's equity for Pieter, and also a little scarier and less likely where I Am Businessman maybe even gets to, just show it down. Probably won't be the case, right? Pieter probably going to be seeing this one through.
Yeah, if he follows through, and he will, most probably. I mean, he should. He has 8 high. Backdoor flush draw. If he sizes up, I guess the businessman has nothing to do. Just, I mean, his queen high flush draw is no good. He has to protect his stack. I guess he's just gonna fold, but who knows what he decides to do. He's been a little bit out of line. Okay, decides to play tight and makes the correct fold, actually. Also, I expected Peter to be flatting Queen Jack suited the other out of the small blind, because when you have such a big risk premium advantage, so you have a big stack against a short stack, you get to leverage that into post flop play, because the other player is supposedly going to be pot controlling more. You can be bluffing more. You can be bluff catching. You could be value betting without thinking that you will bust, having 4 times the stack of your opponent. It just really doesn't affect you. So that's why I think he could have flatted. But anyways, let's see now. Dominik betting the flop for 1/3. Owen has to call. He's priced in. He doesn't really want to build up a big pot with such a mediocre holding against a player that covers him. Dominik, very experienced player, as we know him. Let's see what he does on the turn. He has some equity with a gut shot. The ace could be working. So I think he'll bet. Yeah, he goes for half pot. Owen now has a very, very easy call. Absolutely no reason to raise here against the bigger stack. It's not a value. You cannot get value. You just have the perfect bluff catcher. So Owen is loving life on the turn. Now let's see if Dominik's gonna follow through on the river. And I think if he does, Owen's not gonna fold. He just has Jack of Clubs, which is a pretty good blocker. A pretty good card to have. But let's see the sizing. if Dominik decides to bluff without a club at all. Because the king is a card he could be.
Well,
yeah, okay, he goes for half pot, but I think Owen's gonna call here. Yeah, he has a good price, has a good combo to call, has a club in his hand.
it is a below average river though, right? Like there is definitely some king queen or ace king with the club or these type of hands. He's raising early position with, I guess, I mean, we are 5-handed, mind you, but still, like he's, this is not the best river in the world, but you're right. I think it's a good enough hand to call with.
Yeah, he's
Tough
probably
call
gonna.
though. Tough call. This is not a simple call. It's a lot of chips too. He's down to 1.8. If he's wrong, Dominik's just gonna have a huge stack. It's a big moment. This is definitely the planters, if you will, or the hand of the day. We'll put this out there. This is a big decision, not straightforward what to do here. And Owen's burning clock. He does make it. He does make it for all the reasons you said. He's got a good turn there. He's got a key card, key club, makes the call, and that's going to shift the power to Owen's way. Still 2.8 for Dom. Still 3 guys with big stacks. Axel Roses got there against Nicholas. He is with 2 million. I am businessman. Start of the day chip leader, 1 of 5 right now. Once we get to 4, we'll queue up that first giveaway, kind of rapid fired out there. I still want to be having everyone typing in the whole time. Again, when you do the giveaway, put it once, twice max. Don't be spamming if you can, and we'll let our team pick a winner. And if you're spamming a lot, it's going to be unlikely you're going to get the win on that. So let's see. We got businessman, man. Started out not great, right? One of 5 here. I'm sorry, 1 of 9. Now he's 5 of 5. So not the dream.
Didn't get very good card distribution, but
yeah.
Owen decided to raise 10-6 suited. It's kind of an okay combo, but what really surprised me is to see him having a raising range with equal stacks. It's even the shorter stack of the 2 chip leaders. Out of small blind, we usually see the solver not having a raising range at all, just limping and folding for the reason that you don't want to build up a pot. You don't want to be playing for stacks pre-flop against the other chip leader at all. So yeah, he decided to take it to the streets, I can say. And Fedor folded Jack-9 off, which is also interesting to see, as it's a hand that he could easily call with in position. So let's see how this dynamic develops over the course of the next hands. Now we have Peter betting the flop, and Dominik will certainly not fold. King 7 off, good combo to raise pre-flop, having a significant advantage in terms of stacks. So good candidate for a bluff out of the small blind. And yeah, we often see the solver, using it at a very high frequency. Now, turn is a 9, and Peter decides to give it up. The queen is a possible card for Peter to bluff. He certainly has some queen 8 off, queen 7 off that he could have played this way by raising pre-flop, betting the flop and checking the turn, but he decides to check and give it up. And Dominik is gonna just check and take it down, I'd imagine. I mean, no reason to turn this 4 into a bluff. He still has showdown value against the gives. Okay, he decides to do something. Not sure what this is. Probably a bluff. I have no idea. He has showdown with the 4. Did he decide to value bet against ace high? I don't know. That was some kind of exploitative play by Dominik. Okay, Owen thought about it with ace 3 off. He spent a few moments with ace 3 off on the cutoff, which is interesting. All right, Dominik decides to raise with 6 deuce suited. Not a bad combo to do so. I'd imagine he wants to raise 2.5 big blinds. He decided to raise 3 big blinds instead. But yeah, I guess he wanted that extra fold equity with the 6 high.
Yeah.
Or he just
Yeah.
might have decided to use 3x with his whole range. Who knows?
Yeah, high level stuff. 30K, 60K, 9-10 off. This is where it starts getting interesting. Two active players. Axel Rose's I Am Businessman, 9-10 off, going to limp in. King 7 off. Does he want to go ahead and kick it up with that king disconnected? See that oftentimes. Kind of doesn't play amazing post flop, and you just have the best hand so often. Let's see if he makes it 210 or check. Does check 9-10, smokes 2 pair. King 7 with a what double gutter 8 or
Double
a
gutter.
queen. Yeah. And businessman going to start taking it into a check.
He probably wants to check raise this. And Axel, see what he does. He's an aggressive guy with high betting volume, but decides to check this to not get blown off his equity by a possible check raise. And now let's see what the businessman does. He's probably gonna bet here. I'd imagine having 2 pair, flush draw, a lot of hands to charge. He goes for pot. Axel is not folding this, I guess. Having a flush draw, double gutter, overcard to the board.
It is sort of a tricky one where you don't really know what you want. I guess in your mind, the queen would be one of the better cards. The spade is middling. It is blind. It is blind on blind. So you got to think it's good oftentimes, but you don't know. And so this is a bit of a problem when you're in no man's land. You don't know what you want. Not so fun to be the one not aggressor. You're calling. So let's see. He's thinking, weighing his options.
Yeah, he's thinking about it. And the price is not that good. I mean, the businessman went for a full pot here.
Yeah, I'll correct myself on that. I said hand of the day. I meant the moment. There's sort of such a big point of the tournament to get the chip swing to have Dominic or Owen sort of get control and have a lot of chips at stake in a spot where it wasn't a clear decision. Although I do think he always was calling the Jack 10. It's a big bet and a big pot. There were some much more interesting, dynamic, crazy hands. We saw the Jackson Ace King was wild, but yeah, still a big moment. And right now, things are going to start moving fast too. You know, we've been going almost 2 hours, and 9-10 going to go ahead and check raise it in for value. Correctly takes it down. There he is. 5 left, 108K locked up, playing for 291. So a lot to play for. No deal making available. Play to a winner. As always on the GG Millions, as we see Queen 8 suited, Queen 7 suited, Ace Jack suited. Owen covering both players, and button versus small blind, big blind feels good here. And it's the limp from I Am Businessman. Certainly going to be getting kicked up by Owen.
Yeah, 100%.
Well, there is a new hand. King 9 is going to go on the muck. Queen 4 on the button. Owen as your chip. Giving a little respect to those two, huh? He's got the lead, but he decides to fold Queen 4 off on the button. Just saying, hey, these guys, I can pick on better prey, better spots with better hands. So I'm going to go ahead and give that up.
Actually, Owen understanding the situation very well. I mean, he has a slight chip lead, but this doesn't really let him open super wide. Queen 4 off, such trash hand, and so far he's been playing very solid. Yeah, making good decisions pre-flop, understanding the dynamics, understanding how different stacks play. We just had the one hand with jacks that he went out of line, and he actually made ace king fold in the beginning against size, which was certainly the biggest fold of the final table so far. So all in a pretty stellar performance so far. I mean, he deserves to be up there. 4 million chips, but now going back to Peter in against Dominik in a blind v blind battle. So we have two chip leaders, still the same guys, same stacks, and Dom playing 3 million stack, and then the other two guys, Axel and the businessman, they're the two shorties with 20 and 26 big blinds respectively. Okay, Dom decides to raise 10-7 off. Also a really good combo for a bluff raise out of the small blind. Very precise with ICM strategy so far, Dominik. Good choice of combos. Also,
Pretty
he
dusty
maybe wants
hands.
to raise even more against the businessman, knowing that Dominik has a post-flop advantage. Now let's see if the businessman's gonna find anything different than a limp. No. So checks it back.
10-7 deuce 4. 10-7 sort of that's a little something in there. A little bit of a hope, at least the 10, but no real equity. Gonna bet, and that'll do it. Axel Roses also hasn't gotten a ton of opportunity to really get too creative, but he's shown us glimpses of the ability. Jacks, how many? We need a jack card. Is it 10? There's been at least 8 jacks. I don't know if it's 10, but it's a lot.
Now Axel, 21, 22 big blinds and a small blind. He decides to 3-bet. And yeah, that'll be a jump from Peter. Kind of a unexpected 3-bet out of the small blind with pocket 7, small sizing. Just a bit of a random hand. I feel 7's not too good, not good enough for a value raise, not bad enough for a bluff. I mean, yeah, just decides to play no flats. Will he get it in with 7? So just some kind of a 3-bet fold. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't know either, and he has to decide right now. Let's see if he starts burning time. Yeah, that's why it's good to have a plan when you're doing something like that. Like, why are you 3-betting the 7s? Is it because you want to get it in against Peter? Is it because you want to use it as a bluff because he opens too much? But I guess he's caught in somewhere in the middle, where now he's in a tough spot against one of the chip leaders. He'll probably let it down. I feel like pocket 7s.
Tough spot. Yeah, no man's land. That's a good rule. If you have a hand that you're not sure if it's too good to 3-bet and then fold, you should probably just call. And this is that you want to play for value. And he is kind of right in the middle because he knows this is a big spot. And he doesn't, I think he would have wished he could have this one back. It's also a little bit unlucky that he happens to have jacks, of course. And that's going to do it. Peter going to take it.
Down. Takes it down. Kings, but not gonna get action, most probably.
Yep, not much taken here. Dom can't believe he's got kings. Peter just getting rid of it. Does close action. 10-6 off. Has his made up in his mind what he wants to battle with. They're going to get the 2 wide with 10-6. And blind on blind. Queen 8, 6-10 suited. These are both reasonable hands. Coming for the raise.
Yeah.
Dom will welcome that, I believe. 6-10 suited can flop straights, flushes. Certainly good enough to play here. He has position as well, and they're deep. So all those things, I would imagine, plug into a call and a pretty dry flop. No player even getting a backdoor flush draw or, I mean, just a complete whiff by both players.
Yeah, Fedor choosing a really high frequency raise out of the small blind, having the bigger stack. But decides to give up on this texture without a spade. I would imagine he would have bet the flop with a spade. This, yeah, certainly not a hand you want to start barreling against a good opponent. Tight range out of the big blind. Tighter than usual, I'm saying, because it's the final table. So Peter decides to check the turn, having the queen of hearts as well. Let's see if Dominik will do something about it, but delays the bluff to the river. And now Peter has showdown value, so I don't expect him to be bluffing queen high. No reason to do so.
Yep.
I think. I mean, he has many worse hands here. At this point, give that he gave up with some suited combos, some okay, this is what, like a value bet. This is a value bet because he certainly doesn't want to fold ace high with a quarter pot, so he decided to value bet queen high. Block bet. Axel tired of folding, opening 10-8 suited. Hijack, first position here. But not and gonna take it down, so that's a good addition to his short stack, going back to almost 20 blinds. Yeah, Peter is gonna open the ace-4 off, having the chip lead, having confidence that he has edge against both blinds, I would imagine. Or at least against the big blind. Oh, and we have a spicy jam here by Axel. So that's something that I expected to see from the start, a bit more aggression out of Axel. And now that he is a bit shorter, he decided to... Yeah, the ace-6 off is not really a great shove candidate, but against the chip leader who is opening wide, I can justify that. I'd rather see him 3-bet non-all-in if he decides to do something, but it worked out well. And Peter is certainly opening wide. It's one of those guys that likes to play a lot of pots, especially with a chip lead. Now we're going to see another clash between Peter and Dominik.
Sixes. Good flop. Jack, Jack 5 with a club. You got over to the 5. Hard to make a pair. I mean, you're feeling okay against an under the gun 5-handed range, though, right? That's button, cutoff, hijack, 5-handed opening. So, you know, sixes got to feel okay, but also wary. There's a club on the turn. No player with the strong club. Sixes, the 6 of clubs is worth something. And Dominik not getting a great turn to continue.
Yeah, Dominik doesn't have a club here, so he probably checks back. Now, up to Peter whether he wants to do some kind of block bet, try to get value out of ace high, really small, tiny bet, I would imagine. Or check, also an option, but he's probably block betting, yeah.
Yeah, no resistance, Dominik. Just again, he kind of, that's an important part of the lesson and to be aware of in poker. Just because you have chips, just because you're covering someone, you don't need to be going nuts, right? You can find times to slow down. You can find times to put pressure. You don't automatically, because you're chip leader or, you know, do something by default. It's important to have some give ups to slow down, not just automatically always go. That is definitely not a great strategy. And we see the best also shifting gears throughout with different stages and chip stacks of the tournament. As we see 5 left here, 4-10 going to miss, blind them a lot of blind on blind. We have a couple shorter stacks, but this is, again, as we could tell earlier, how the stacks broke out. It was going to be a battle. People are going to play, there was a lot of similar stacks, people understanding risk premium, not getting in unnecessary confrontations. As we've seen some aggression, but it sort of was indicative of the jacks to ace king, how we saw hands go post flop off 20, 25 blinds, players playing cautiously at that stage. So just kind of telling of how the day would be, but not short of action. We've definitely seen great action.
Fedor deciding to borrow this turn with a decent, okay combo. He has a diamond blocker, he has a gut shot with a 10, and he gets Dominik to fold his ace high. Now Fedor the chip leader, and we're gonna see him continuing to use aggression, both pre-flop and post-flop. He's been very aggressive, but also deciding on the spots wisely, not just splashing chips. Very experienced player.
Yep, king 10, best hand out of all this lot. The also known as the Taxi in Houston out there. Anyone from Michigan? Any people from Ann Arbor or Michigan? Any Houston out there? Where's everyone watching from in the world? Let us know where you're checking in from. Where's your city? Where in Bulgaria? Which part of Bulgaria are you in? Is that one of the major cities or a smaller area, like a local
It's
town?
the second biggest city, about 400,000 to 500,000 people. It's called Plovdiv, and if you Google it, actually, you're gonna see that this is the oldest city in Europe.
Wow. Okay.
So it's older than Rome, which is usually the guess that people are giving for the oldest city. Yeah,
Wow.
you can see that it's official. The thing is that nobody knows that because we don't invest that much in tourism. But we're doing better last few years, and I think Bulgaria is a pretty good place to live. Getting some foreign investment as well. It's been the capital for IT in the region. Just very favorable conditions, cheap talent, cheap rent, a lot of opportunities in the capital, which is kind of big considering the size of the country. The capital is probably 1.5 to 2 million people out of 6 million. So yeah, it's very safe, cheap, beautiful nature, clean food. I love it, man. I would never consider, you know, moving to another country forever. Although I really love traveling, just that,
Nice.
yeah, and especially for poker players, you can play everywhere, pay no taxes. It's a heaven for poker players, and that's why you see so many good poker players from a 6 million
Yeah.
population.
That's awesome. That's awesome that you love that where you are in that country. I know is pretty very beautiful. And Sofia, how far is that from you?
Just 120 kilometers, or let's 130. Yeah, what hour
I know
and a half
Benjamin
are?
Raleigh, Ben CB. They've got offices there for the Ascend sports team. Out there, they set up a lot of shop for esports is popular there. I know.
Yeah, I
They have.
heard he's been in Sofia
Mhm.
quite a lot lately. I don't know him personally, but yeah, friend of mine told me he saw him the other day in Sofia. So his wife is Bulgarian, as far as I know.
Yep. They're on their honeymoon. Believe right now. He just won this tournament last week, so riding off in style with that. He also has been a 5-time guest on the show. So hey, so saying no guarantees, but coming on, I think it's pretty good results generally happen afterward. Of course, you know your stuff. Can't take a lot of credit for it, but the booth magic, the way that we say that magic is, it happens. It's nice to study and be immersed in this and get to see some of the best players playing. P8 or alerts is Aerts, I'll call. It's a hard name to pronounce for me. He is chipping up nicely. 5.4 million right now. Has a nice stack going. Dominik with a 4-5 needs a little bit of help here. He is behind.
Yeah, and Dominik applying pressure, small blind versus big blind. We saw him raise 10-7 off, and I said that's a good combo. We saw him raise, I think, king 7 off or something. But now, you know, being aggressive with a hand 5-4 off, pre-flop, showing exactly that he wants to be aggressive out of the small blind against the businessman. Although his combo is not really great for it, you know, he's kind of blocking folding range pre-flop, so blocking weak hands and not really having great playability post-flop. He decided to bet the flop, which is pretty standard. Now, Pro just gives up on the turn here. I mean, hard to continue here. Okay, he decided to call still. I am businessman. Should be checking this back, having some showdown value.
Yeah, he's got to be pumped. I mean, this to get to showdown and have a winner here. This is a huge pop for him. He's back up almost to 2 million, 1.9, and no real reason he's not going to get an ace to fold. Or is he thinking about value betting? I guess it's blind on blind. He's got a strong jack.
He's just in the middle. He's not gonna get a better hand fold. He's not gonna get a worse hand call.
It seems pretty straightforward to check back, but I guess he's just waiting for it. He's mentally preparing for a win or a loss.
He thought about it. He thought about something.
He was, you know, these guys are dialed in. A lot of money on the line. This is big money.
Yeah.
Everyone's doing their best. Ace queen suited. That's a good looking hand. 5 hand. I'll tell you that.
What about you, Jeff? Have you been playing a lot of live poker lately?
Play some PLO live. Maybe I play like a whole no limit or PLO game maybe once a week. I play. And then tournaments, it's tough. I got the 2 young kids. You know how it is, right? It's hard to leave and travel and do all that. So I'm kind of hunkered in here for the most part. But I love tournaments. I love this show.
See an all-in situation.
We're going to see an all-in. Yeah, hold that thought on what we're enjoying. Ace Queen, my least favorite hand. I'm telling you this hand. I wrote poems about it. Ace Queen to 8-9. There's a 9. There's something about this hand. Can he find it? The sweat. Don't you? You can't tease this man. The 10 of spades on the turn. River is there. It is. Just in case the ace. I talk about it, and that is a nice result for Ace Queen. And Axel Roses was not someone to just bow out. He went for it. He ran into it, almost got there, and now he is out, and he has got 100, I believe 9,000 going his way, about 11 buy-ins. So good game there, and we will be 4-handed. We're going to kick up the giveaway. We're going to kick it off. Let's do it. Let's start it out here. $50. Must be subscribed to this beautiful channel, GGPoker on YouTube. Must hit the thumbs up. You guys know the deal. I'm just going to remind you. I also got the tweet. $50. Jeff Gross Poker. It's lurking. It's lurking. I'm going to put that link as well. You can guess. I'll put that first, and then we'll do the giveaway.
Yeah. Axel didn't pick a good spot. I mean, he jammed 9-8 off, like such a random hand to jam. But yeah, GG. He's a creative player. As I said, he didn't have much go his way. Now we see Aerts keeping up the aggression with a good combo, king 7 off out of small blind, but Dominik has nothing to fight with. So what is the situation here? Fedor, the clear chip leader, Owen and the businessman kind of close. Still, Owen has some advantage. And Dominik having 25 blinds, the shortest stack of the table. A bit more than 25, right?
Yep. First giveaway, $50 GG ticket. Keyword GGWSOP space Stoyan. Space, insert your GG Poker username. If you don't have a GG Poker real money account, pick a friend, gift it to a friend, ask a friend. I'm sure you know someone. If you're watching this channel and you're poker, you know someone in the world that has a GG Poker account, the greatest, best poker site in the world. Gift it to them, split it with them, do whatever you want to do. But that is what I suggest. So good luck to you. Don't spam. Put it once, twice if you're feeling saucy. Not more than that. Our beautiful team will pick a winner here shortly for the first ticket. There's going to be 3, 1 of 3. Shout out to my man Robin at GGPoker. So why are we doing 150? Let's do 350s. 3 more winners. We saw what Marcelo Aziz did. You remember this man, Stoyan, at the Bahamas? I saw you got deep in the 10K, right? The GGMillion live. You got like 13th, I believe, or some big score. You had a shot for all the money. You were right there. I played that, cashed that one as well. Is too. So the hold that thought, but good luck. What you imagine what he did. He won 4.6 million off $0. Also was a guest on the show recently. What you could do a 50, what you can do a 0, what you can do a 50. GG, making dreams happen. Play responsibly, learn responsibly, enjoy this ticket. 3 people getting one. Here's the first, and we got 4-handed poker underway.
Yeah, that's an interesting decision by Fedor, deciding to 3-bet queen 3 off with a really big size, which usually pushes his range into a more polarized. So he needs to be more polarized, and that's why he picked queen 3 off, and it worked out very well. Fedor continuing with aggression in all situations, pretty much pre-flop, post-flop. We saw him leading some flops out of the big blind. We saw him check raising a lot of pre-flop spots. So yeah, but he knows 8-6 off is not a good hand here, and it's not. It's actually a clear fold. So he knows what he's doing. Dominik continues with his strategy to be putting pressure out of the small blind, although he is the shortest stack now. He just decides to raise most of the time or fold. You haven't seen him limp out of the small blind. Maybe that's a strategy that he's developed. I also play a similar strategy out of the small blind, especially in high risk premium situations. Not always, but yeah, I like raising out of the small blind a lot against the big blind. Well, it also depends. I mean, if we're a deep stack, both of us, then just not messing around and not having raising range, as I said earlier. Owen will be limping most of his range here, I'd imagine. Fedor checking back, kind of nothing surprising here. And okay, Owen decides to bet the flop. I think he could have chosen a better combo to do it, at least having a club. Now, let's see if he's gonna borrow the turn. That's gonna put Fedor in a tough spot, depending on the sizing. Oh wow, he goes for an overbet. That's interesting. And I guess Fedor will have to fold here against the overbet. He has so many better hands. Yeah, I mean it's an easy fold. But
Great
a
bet.
lot of heart Owen showing out there to overbet into big blinds range that has a straight 2-pair, top pair, like everything. So yeah, very aggressive turn barrel here by Owen. Works out in his favor.
All right, I got the first winner. We got the first $50 ticket winner. Going to announce that any moment here. Going to let it cross over 200 thumbs up. Appreciate everyone watching. Tell us the country you're repping today. Where are you? We have got ourselves Bulgaria and the US right here. And we are in historic territory right now. We got you said the oldest city in Europe, I believe, or one of them in the, like, that's pretty crazy. That's a pretty wild deal. All right. Winner is we're almost there. 199, man. 200. We're gonna cross it. We're gonna hit it. There it is. Look at that. 199. $50 ticket. There's 2 more. Don't give up. Don't give up after this. Don't give up. Don't give up. Don't stop believing. Do not stop believing. All right, 200. There it is. Boom. There's the first. We'll wait for the knockout. Once we get three-handed, we'll do the second. The tweet. I see you guys. I'm gonna start hitting the thumbs up on the tweets for the guesses. Let's see who people are guessing on Twitter. Jeff Gross Poker. Also YouTube. I'm putting the highlights out, putting the knockouts. If you can't have time or you just want to get the, go through it, you can go Jeff Gross Poker YouTube and see the knockout hands from prior streams, putting those out. Today's going to be an interesting one. I might have to go out more than knockouts, right? We gotta go through some of the foreplay, the lead up hands. There was a lot of hands that were interesting, non-knockout today.
Owen got some value on the turn by a quarter pot in position. Felt that the businessman could call some ace highs and weaker hands, and now he checks back. Happy to see the 720k pot shift his way. Now, what is that? Almost getting there, closing the gap between him and Fedor. Dominik is gonna limp this one, I'd imagine. I mean, this is just a perfect limped hand, because if you raise, wow, he decides to play no limps, absolutely no limps. Because if you raise this and you get shoved on, you're not happy about it, right? So it's usually just the 100% limp hand in all cases in that stack distribution, and in most stack distributions as well, Queen Jack suited. When you limp, you let worse hands hit top pair against you, and you can cooler them, and yeah, you can play limp call. But yeah, Dominik playing no limp strategy out of a small blind confirmed. Let's see if Fedor is gonna be playing aggressive from the flop. No, he decides to check, and now he turns a really strong draw here, nut flush draw, double gutter. He's gotta put some money out there.
Now, when you say no limb strategy with Dominik, how often do you think this is in his general strategy, or do you think it's player dependent with the blinds and the stack sizes? Does he deviate often from that? What are the main factors when he decides to do that or not? And hello, there is the nuts, and that's a pretty spicy river. The Broadway versus nut flush.
Yeah.
Hold that thought, and let's see what's happening.
Let's hold that to see what happens. Now, Owen probably just checks here. I mean, he has some showdown value, no reason to bluff. Clearly doesn't have value in betting. So I guess he needs to just check and decide based on the sizing, which should be somewhat big. But we've seen Fedor betting 40% on the river in one spot earlier today. So who knows, he might decide to not go big here. He tries to read the hand of his opponent, does it well usually, but yeah, he decides to go by the book and bet big here, which I think is a good play, because he's not really value betting weak spades. He's just repping a strong spade here, an ace, a jack most of the time, and Owen deciding whether he wants to bluff catch without a spade. It's a tough spot. I mean, Fedor should be turning some kind of hand like 8-9, 9s, 10-9 to a bluff. Wow, that's a big bluff catch. That's a big bluff catch, and whoa, big pot to Fedor. He is a chip leader now. It's a really tough spot to face this big bet on the river, because Fedor would continue mostly with spades on the turn against the lead of Owen. I don't think Owen should have let the turn without a spade in the first place, especially for that sizing. So kind of proves my theory he's not extremely into ICM or has his own way of understanding and playing. And yeah, he decides to call the river, showing he has the balls to play for first place. I mean, Owen is a very, very capable player, so I don't think he's done for tonight. But Fedor is under the light right now, approaching. Actually, he just passed the 7 million Mark having an overwhelming chip lead, and he's gonna continue with the aggression here. Very, very high probability you buy me a dinner, my friend.
See, never over till it's over. Yeah, I'm gonna use, actually, let me use the restroom because this is still four-handed and chugging water, and I'm gonna use that. So please hold it down for a minute, everyone. We will queue up. You know what? Let me queue up the second giveaway here. We got 3 to do, right? It's four-handed. Should we wait a second, or we can wait for a moment? We'll wait for a moment. Actually, right when I return, we'll do that. Take it. Be back. 2 minutes, everyone. Be right back.
Yeah, be waiting for you, Jeff. Let's see if we'll see some spicy. And in the meanwhile, oh, Jack 5 folding the button. I think very disciplined and correct fold. Dominik continuing to show his ICM expertise into, you know, four-handed. We have less dead money because the ante is smaller. Also, he is he's playing a similar stack to the businessman. Owen was the big blind, who was a bigger stack, so I think pretty good fold. Jack 5 suited there. Now Owen limps the small blind, recognizing that he's playing against the chip leader and that he should be really careful now that he's second in chips and his risk premium is the highest out of all 4 players, or out of the other players against the chip leader. So, okay, he decides to bet the flop. His hand is certainly good enough, and now he improves to 2 pair. He's probably gonna continue betting for a bigger size. I'd imagine at least half pot, but maybe more. And Peter's probably got a fold. All right, he's using these overbets. This is not very common in theory. I think at the final table, as far as I've worked on this spot, especially playing versus a chip leader who can have some hands to continue with. And it was the other spot where, yeah, he did that again with 10-7. And it worked out well. Now he had the value. Yeah, overbetting is not something that you should completely stop at the final table. It's just that you kind of want to do it when you're the bigger stack and very, very rarely when you're the shorter stack. In theory, now Fedor jams the king 6 off, pressuring Dominik, who is experiencing a really high risk premium here, being equal to I am businessman with about 20, almost 25 bigs. Yeah, he continues. Yeah, now to go back to your question, Jeff, if Dominik is playing an all-in strategy, I think he is out of the small blind. I'm not sure if this is because he's playing against the businessman on the big blind or because that's his usual strategy. By the way, Peter should be opening this Jack 8 off, I think, with his chip lead, but I'm not 100% sure. It is somewhere around the bottom. Just because he has such an overwhelming chip lead, I think he could have opened it. And yeah, I'm not sure if Dominik is using this strategy because the businessman or because that's his usual strategy, but we've seen him raise ace-3 suited and queen-jack suited, both hands being 100% limps usually. So we'll see about that. Now, very dynamic situation with one chip leader who is putting a lot of pressure and 3 guys who are kind of waiting for each other to bust. Owen should be the most careful here, having being second in chips. But things could change, man. Like, these guys are separated by 10 bigs. It's not that much.
Yeah, it's true. Super, super tight. Still wide open. Ace king again here. And Dominik with a little bit of a possible problem here. Ace 9, four-handed. decently big hand, but he's not the guy that's gonna make too many mistakes. They're roughly the same stack. He does call. Both players no pair. Ace king in the lead. All right, next giveaway. Here we go. It's different now. Don't have to type that anymore. It's gonna be GGWSOP. Let's say season 1. Because there's 2 seasons. I had another giveaway word I want to do. So we have one more to do. Okay, I'll do that. Season 1. And then insert your GGPoker username. And ace 9 here. Outkicked. Important pot. Actually, you know what? We're going to do CNC poker. A second.
Oh, yeah.
Shout out to the boys getting set up.
Shout out to the boys.
They got it done. Raymond getting it done there.
Yeah. Shout out to all the coaches, all the players, and everyone in the CNC community. I've been very grateful, and yeah, to be part of it. It just feels good to have some people by your side, some talented players by your side. I think this is one of the most important things, and has always been having the right community, the right circle in any sphere. But in, oh wow, he continues, man. Sorry, I have to hold on. Just 9-4 off, 9-4 off out of the small blind. I mean, Dominik is doing something here out of small blind that he has probably developed for these type of situations. I don't think he does the random stuff by knowing him and the
Well, I
type
can
of.
tell you what, this is quite a flop for Queen 7 hearts. You flop top pair with the Queen Eye flush draw against the guy that's drawing stone dead here. May just slow down. Excuse me. Good check. Checks it back into the flush now.
Oh, now Dominik might start bluffing here with the straight roll flush draw.
Yeah, certainly a good candidate to do so.
Yeah, he goes for a small size. Businessman will probably just call here, having such a strong hand. He almost doesn't need protection. Who knows? He might decide to raise, but yeah. All right, and now Dominik in an unfavorable spot. He's gonna put more money in here, and he's gonna see the bad news. See what he does, but I'd imagine he's gonna bet the river as well. Yeah, and businessman has I mean, he has decision between calling and raising. He's probably gonna raise though with the queen high flush.
Yeah, blind on blind. I mean, this is a monster hand. I really like how he played it. He got the dream river too, of all rivers, literally the offsuit 8, and that is going to be what he does is raise. And Dom's going to hate this. This is a not good situation. He doesn't have ace king.
Yeah,
King
but what
9.
bluffs does the businessman have? Honestly, like it's hard to find a bluff here.
The problem is he's gonna have 9 though. He's gonna have the 9 too, and you're gonna get off the chop. Like, so what a moment there. What a well played, discipline, got a great run out, but he played his hand well. And there he is, started chip leader, 3.8 million. Now he is second with 4 left. Amazing how that worked. He was 5 of 5, 1 of 9, and now he's 2 of 4 healthy. So Dominik needs a lot of help all of a sudden. Dominik is short stacked and he is in trouble. Big pot there, businessman doing it. Second giveaway going. Let me make sure we get that handled. And this could, this can go quick. It can be double knockouts. Things go fast. It's gone on for a while now. Let's see if it can. If we're gonna see, we are gonna see a new winner. We know that. We know that. We have a new champion. There's no one here who has won before today. Only was Nicholas Ostad, who was a 4-time winner. Everyone else was the first time to win, and that is what we see. Going to be that is the case. Your favorite is Aerts.
Yeah. He is the favorite for sure. But yeah, we've seen poker is a game that you can never know what will happen until the last card is dealt. So let's see. Let's see. In the meanwhile, we saw the businessman opening 8-5 off, huh? That's it's an aggressive open out of small blind, and now he decides to limp the button. Usually limping is not something you want to do at final tables. It just in theory it doesn't work like that. But some people are doing it, and usually the argument is, take people to the streets where you have more experience than them. If you've been doing it for a while, then you certainly have more experience than them. But yeah, in theory, it doesn't work well, especially when you have the chip leaders. I mean, in any case, if you're the chip leader, you kind of want to be putting a pressure by raising and not really limping, right? I'm talking vanilla, not PKO. PKO is not another animal. And if you're the shorter stack, you don't want to be playing post flop against the bigger stacks and risking. Also, post flop ISM implications require you to be more protective, pot controlling, not bluff catching that much. So yeah, limping doesn't really work at final tables in theory. Okay, Peter having a decent 3-bet combo here. I think he's gonna take the spot almost certainly against the 30. Oh, well, he decided to call, which is yeah, actually that's also a viable option. Owen opened Jack 10 off, which is I'm sure that's a fold pre. Why? Because the small blind is so short that you don't want to be opening into the chip leader on the button and a covering stack on the big blind. You just want to fold and let them clash, let the small blind get it in versus someone. And yeah, Jack 10 off is just way too weak to be opening here on the cutoff. But maybe he did because of the businessman on the big blind. Who knows? I mean, okay, Peter checking back twice, pot controlling with a middle strength hand. He knows that he cannot be value betting a 9 here for more than one street. And now he's gonna call and pick it off. Pick it up, yeah.
Well played. Well
Well
played. Got
played.
the max, and he is in
Got the max,
control,
yeah.
complete control, 7.5 million. So I have I am businessman. I need Dominik to get a miracle, basically, but that you have Pierre, correct? It's basically 1v1. You don't have Owen.
No, I have Peter and you have the businessman, right?
Got it. Yep. And then I got, oh, well, that's gonna be hard. Needs the running hearts here as Dominik gonna be in a world of hurt as runner. Oh, always a chance up to 20% all of a sudden. Could it be? No, that is going to be GG. Dominik Nietzsche going to go out in fourth. Over 20 million in live earnings. We'll have to wait for his GGMillion title after taking back-to-back seconds to the same player a while back. He is getting fourth again, adding to his earnings and resume. We got the giveaway now. We're going to get the... All right, I think you guys have been patient. What do we need to get to? We'll get to 225. 222 thumbs up. How about 10 more? Got to be eligible. 1,000 watch on the dot. We need at least, a few more thumbs up. We'll announce the $50 second of 50 of three $50 ticket winners on GG. Robin with the great idea there. Gonna add one more winner, and then my tweet still eligible as well. Jeff Gross Poker Twitter, $50 cash. You play backgammon? Stoyan?
Sorry?
You play backgammon?
Oh, yeah, actually, I I've been playing a lot for the past 1 year. Not that much, but we play with my wife even. Sometimes when we put the kids to bed and we just want to relax. But yeah, it's a battle. It's not exactly relaxing.
Oh yeah,
But
it's
I love
exactly
it.
yeah.
I like it. I like it. Do
It's a
you?
fun game. My 5-year-old, I'm trying to show him a little bit, and my 2-year-old likes to play with it, but not really play. You know what I mean? He's just doing stuff. My my almost 6-year-old is I think it's around an age where he can kind of learn, but you know, it's fun. It's a fun game. Like chess I learned a little bit as a kid, but it's a little too slow, I think, at least personally, right? It's cool, but it's slow unless you play speed chess or fast, and backgammon is kind of like a nice mix of speed and fun. So
Yeah.
all right, I got the
Let's see what happens here. I mean, Owen decided to raise Queen Jack suited, which I think plays better as a check back, because now, I mean, okay, it's fine raising if you want to play that way. I mean, how bad can it be? But now he's in a tricky spot, and the businessman decided to play it, play ace king as a limp. Now clearly as a limp raise, and tough decision for Owen. He is considering all three options and decides to fold. That's why you don't really want to ISO Queen Jack suited in this case, because against a limp raise, it's just painful, man. You're folding Queen Jack suited blind versus blind. It's just tough. Whoa, the businessman folded 8-7 suited. Did he?
Wow. I think that's correct.
Wow. Wow.
These are
And
big
he has
hands.
37 big blinds too. It's not like he's playing 20 bigs. So, yeah. He considers this spot tough, certainly because Peter is on the big blind, aggressive player with twice his stack. So decides to play tight on the button. I would have still opened the 8-7 suited, to be honest. 37 bigs, I think. Good playability in position. Now, what's that? Top pair versus straight? I mean, I probably won't see a huge pot here.
Pretty good big hands, but again, yeah, makes sense why not a ton of money is going in, and ace queen suited is all of a sudden behind and betting into a straight. What a run out there. Just gonna call. And now ace queen, that board looks a little bit hairy. Ace queen checks, king 6. Pretty convenient hand to have here. Gotta be thinking about a nice bet. Of course, losing the ace king only, and very unlikely three-handed as played. I guess he could limp. He limped ace queen suited. Could he limp ace king? Is there a world? Yeah, but not worried. Going for a payment here.
Quick fold.
Good fold. Yeah.
Yeah, good fold, good fold. He didn't even think about it. And makes the right decision. Oh, this 10 deuce suited gotta be a fold. Although we saw Peter limping 10-4 off. Oh, sorry, 10 deuce off. We saw him limping 10-4 off earlier versus somebody else out of small blind, but 10 deuce off is just such a bad hand. Okay, now the businessman has different options. He decides to jam. And we have a clear first, clear second, and a clear short stack. Which means that we'll continue seeing Peter running over the table most probably. And Owen decides to limp the 8s with the intention to limp jam. Peter checks back though, hits 2 pair.
Wow, this guy is on fire. He's dangerous right now. He is in the flow matrix. This is just it's just working. 8's even a great flop for 8s too. Queen 7-4. I mean, I'd say good, not great, but somehow he has the queen, the one over in the heads up pot and a limp pot. He has it.
Yeah, could have checked the flop too. He decided to bet, and now probably has to check. I think 100%. the time with the eights, just, I mean, you don't want to be team value betting as much at the final table. And he does that team value bet. I really don't like this turn bet here. It's just at the final table, you should be a bit more cautious about this. I'm not saying you should be a nit, but should be able to recognize when to pot control. And this is one of the spots where he's going really thin with pocket eights. I mean, Peter could have a straight two pair, queen, like so many hands that beat pocket eights. And if Peter has a random 4, a random 7 on the turn, let's say like Jack 7, I mean, he might not even call that all the time. Who knows? Or yeah, or 10-4 suited or something. It's probably just folding turn all the time. So with eights, when you go for that sizing on the turn, you're kind of value owning yourself most of the time, I think. And now Peter will go for the 60%, which let's see. Owen has a decision here, but really not that many bluffs in Peter's range after calling 2 streets. So good fold.
Yep, 50K playing for between third and second, and then we will see a 64K heads up match. So lot to play for. Third, second, first up for grab. Only the podium to still determine, as we are in season 1 of 2025 for the GG Millions. As you can imagine, there's a half. We'll do it to the WSOP, start WSOP, and then there will be season 2, which will be for the Bahamas, and that will be ending there. So pretty interesting giveaway is going to have for you guys that will be announced. I know we keep talking about also next week, big announcements within the stream. So a lot going on. And today we'll see who's going to get done. We have our third giveaway. We have the tweet. We got stuff to give. Still half the giveaways done. 2 more 50s to give away. 1 from my personal channel, 1 from here. And this is anyone's game, but 8.5 million, looking good. I am businessman did his job though. Now started chip leader, finishing final 3 at least, likely to get heads up. So looked dicey for a second for him. He was 5 of 5, but he did come back, and he is cruising a little bit right now. 3.8, plenty of chips.
All right, Peter should be playing for stacks here with pocket 7s, but Owen will be folding that. Surprised to see Owen not shoving King Jack off with the shortest stack here for 13.5. It's fine. It's fine. Raise folding King Jack off. I mean, there is nothing he can do against Peter. Peter using a small size also because he knows Owen is polarized here. He either has a really strong hand or he has a bluff. So Peter doesn't need to use a bigger size. So smart choice of sizing by Peter here. And Owen folds, yeah. I mean, it's fine. Raise folding King Jack off on the button. Although risk premium is now pretty low for Owen because he's clearly the shortest stack, has 4 times less than I Am Businessman. Let's see. Now, in that case, Peter could start shoving, but I Am Businessman is a bit too deep for that. So I'd imagine if he was like 25 and Owen is 10, Peter would have shoved the 3s. But 37 is just way too much. And commanding chip lead for Peter. Now this is the best spot, man. This is just what dreams are made of. When you have such a big chip lead and then there's a clear short stack and you can just put so much pressure on the second stack. I imagine to see a raise here. He's been raising quite a lot out of the small blind. No reason to limp kings. He goes for 3x. Businessman tight fold. All right, Jack 3 is just too much. He's gonna fold. He knows that. Now 6-7 off could be a limp here. Unlike the 4, I still think you can limp. Oh, that's gonna be an all-in pre-flop situation. 99% of the time. 10 bigs, I just...
Yeah, 10-8 suited. That's all in. This could be heads up. We could be down to 250K on the line if he goes out third now, or will 10-8 continue? The king does come 90%. The queen makes it interesting, open-ended, 84% now. 1 to come. River is a 3, and we are heads up. I am businessman, and again, as last week, we see the 1 and 2 go heads up. No miracle, no Cinderella. I know it's March Madness coming, but this is a 64K heads up match. No deal making available. Who you got? Who takes it down? If you bet in the client on GG, good luck to you if one of your 2 are still in. And you are looking good for a dinner, my friend, but it's not over. And I got I Am Businessman focus ready. Someone will have their first GGMillion title. Let me get the 3rd giveaway. Did we do that? No, we got to get a 3rd giveaway, right? All right, we're going to do it right now. Let's go GG. What are we going to put? We did Stoyan. We did CNC poker.
By the way, good game to Owen. He played his heart out there. And also I made some criticism on some post-flop plays. Based on my ICM knowledge, I still think he's one of the best players coming from high stakes cash game background. Really capable player, and he got almost 180K for his efforts here. Yeah, the hand with jacks against ace king, I would still call the hand of the night actually, where he made size 4 ace king. That was such an unconventional play, and it worked out better than expected. Once he sees that he folded out ace king, he's gonna be really happy about it. Oh wow, now this might be a big pot here. The businessman checked back the flop. Now he's overbetting the turn, but Aerts has straight, and we are going to see a big pot. Aerts checking the turn, trapping now, deciding whether he wants to raise or call, and the queen of spades is gonna kill the action here. I'd imagine on a blank we would have seen a bigger pot. Okay, he leads for 10%. What a play, huh? He got some value with the straight on the river. Yeah, that was a smart
Big
block.
lead. 10.7 to 3, almost. Yeah, it's a big lead, but these things fluctuate. 61-20 blinds, really about I Am Businessman, his stack. He's got plenty of play. I think do we have one more giveaway? Let me just double check this. I hope I didn't do it wrong. Let's see. I've done 1. What do we got? ED. Oh, okay. All right, we got one more person to win. Again, don't need to spam. Over 1,000 watching. Epic day, epic final table. A lot of fun, enjoying it. Big shout out to Stoyan Obreshkov, who is Obreshkov. Was that right? Breshkov. I got it right.
That was perfect. That was 10 out of 10.
There we go. I'm going to leave it at that. I'm not going to say it again, probably, but there he is. Stoyan joins us. Appreciate that time. Appreciate Raymond. Appreciate CNC Poker. And again, hope you're working on your game. A lot of information out there. A lot of ways to get better. A lot of ways to ask questions and learn. Don't overdo it. Play, practice, have fun, talk to your peers. Don't stress about it. Play the comfortable stakes where it's fun, but not overly stressful, and enjoy. And hopefully we'll see you here at the GGMillion final table one day. Tough fields, gotta say, disclaimer, but there are satellites, there are opportunities, ways to get in. We saw Marcelo Aziz took down a free roll for 4.6 million in that 26.50 mil at the Bahamas. So hey, listen, The dream of starting with 0 and free rolls or $50 and running up is not dead. That was back in my day, 02, 03, something like that. What are we talking, 23 years ago, about playing in high school and putting like $50 on, playing with friends, 25 cent 50. That's how I started in poker. I always tell people, be careful if you're starting as an adult, with kids or married or a job, and you just like, be careful of just hopping into like medium high stakes and just thinking everything's gonna be fine. It's a big difference if you're like 15, 16, 18, 21, starting out, risking very appropriately and easing into it. So just, that's one thing I think is tricky. And also things have changed a lot in 20 some years, the landscape and how micros are. And anyway, that's my rant. Good luck, best of luck, and appreciate everyone
I
being
have
here.
this joke. That's a very good point. I have this joke. There is ICM in life as you, uh, as you age and you get more responsibilities. When you have family, kids, so you gotta be more protective of your bankroll, because if you win another 50% of your bankroll, is not as good as how bad it is to lose half of it. So yeah, I was really, really aggressive when I was 20 something, with bankroll management and investment decisions. And slowly and painfully, I learned that, yeah, I should be smarter about it. So to all the young guns out there, take measured risks, because the most important thing is to survive, to be in the game, because eventually your time will come if you're putting in the work, if you're putting in uh, the effort. But sometimes, yeah, by taking too much risk, you'll be, not be able to take shots, and then not be able to put yourself in big games, or you have to be playing at the very low uh, action, have very small piece of yourself. So that's why I think it's important to just be a bit cautious, even though you're young. Don't be nits, take shots in main events, but take shots in a smart way, when you're in a good condition, when the tournament is worth it, when it's good value out there. Most uh, most of all main events, I would say. And yeah, as someone who has paid the price, yeah, just pick your spots and take measured risks.
I love it. It's great advice. And we wish everyone here the best. Hope we hear some crazy good stories. And again, poker for me, I don't want to get on a rant. We got a great heads up going here, as I Am Businessman did have that ace and he did out pair the jack. So he's closing the gap a little bit, getting it moving here. We're going to get that last giveaway announced here. I will say too, I just think poker is one of the best metaphors of life. I really believe that, where even people too that I know that have not won in poker, that are, let's say, like I am, not saying I am businessman, but a businessman. Some of the people that play, they learn, they take a lot from it, they get it. Maybe they're not winning on the poker table, but they're meeting interesting people, they're learning about things, and they're making great decisions. And I have friends that have lost a lot of money that play poker, but they say it's like some of the best things that's ever happened to them. So don't always look at it like strictly if you're plus or minus EV, how that is for your life. And also a lot of lessons in poker can come in your life about how you handle with winning, how you handle with losing. Like there's markets are crashing. It's funny if friends like the stock market or crypto, things are down 3%, 8%, 10%. People are freaking out, and like, something could go crazy bad, and you just kind of like, yeah, of course, we've all taken one outers, two outers, and I just really believe about that, not about what happens, how you react. I think that's something poker can kind of teach you very quickly to sort of get better at dealing with things that aren't always just steadily going well. Because listen, life stuff happens, right? It does. To us, to our loved ones, things happen a lot, and it keeps you kind of on your toes. And I think a lot of people that play poker, play it consistently, have developed or are able to deal with things better, if that makes sense. Deal with situations, kind of good and bad, right? To stay balanced more, not just like if you win something like you're on top of the world, or if you lose, like you start to kind of keep it more in the middle. As again, we see what's coming in the middle right now. Businessman, I Am Businessman, narrowing the gap on Pieter. This dinner's at stake. So that's my rant. That's my thing. I just think poker is beautiful, and happy to be here sharing the top tournament in the world with you all weekly. That is a very big honor for me to be here, and always have great guests. Stoyan and I have not ever spoken or really, gotten to know each other. So also it's kind of fun. It's a long show. So what are we on? We're on three hours. Is that right? Exactly. I think 3 hours on the moment, the second from the 2 250 live after the 5-minute break. So we're 3 hours in, and we got to know you better, and hopefully we'll have a dinner together either way. We'll see who's treating, but we're gonna be spending more time, and it's great to get to know you, and that you have 2 children, and that's awesome as well.
Yeah, I'd love to meet up at the WSOP most probably this year. If you'll be there, I assume.
Yeah, last couple of years with the kids, I try to go like 2 weeks max, like 10 days, play the
Yeah.
main, maybe a couple other things, but yeah, I'll be out
Yeah,
there.
my little one has a birthday end of June, so that's what I did last year. I went for the last 2.5, 3 weeks, and I actually felt it was pretty good because everyone's super tired, burning out, all the zombies out there, and I'm fresh, coming for the main event and a bunch of other good tournaments. It's just great value. I mean, and a great experience when you go not for the full period or take a break, take more
Yeah.
days off.
Yeah, people get a little burnt out. You're in there fresh, excited, like ready to play
Yeah.
your best. Some people are just like, man, get me out of here. Or I'm stuck, or they're blasting, or they're tired. So yeah, there's definitely some advantage. Phil Helmy's protesting, saying he's not going to play because of the marathon of the thing. We'll see if he plays or not. Phil's one of my very close friends, business partners, and he told me that at the World Series last year, that was what he was going to do if they didn't make changes. He did say he's doing it. We'll see if it stands or if maybe WSOP wavers a bit and makes some adjustments. But he has a valid point. Interesting debate. We'll wait on that as we see King 5 top pair gut shot versus upper gut shot. Pierre.
Yeah, with a 10 of clubs here, we might see a turn bet by Peter, and yeah, it's gonna be big. Businessman's going nowhere, and most probably calling the river as well. So that pot might get them to a bit closer. But let's see, let's see. Yeah, businessman should be calling the turn here. I mean, yeah, 100%. As a top pair. Wow. That's insane. That's a crazy fold. Yeah, how do you make that folding heads up?
How is it this
I
guy
don't know.
does so many things well, I think, and then like these hand blows my mind. It's heads up poker. This isn't 4-way or 3-way or whatever. Like your heads up with the top pair, and this guy's betting. That is an absurd hand. I'm actually upset, and not just because I have a dinner wager on it. That was a wild hand, man. What just happened?
Yeah, yeah. Maybe he had some kind of read about Peter, but Peter is an aggressive player. It's not somebody you can start overfolding against. And that was a massive, massive overfold. I mean, having a good shot blocking the straight, having a top pair, I mean, wow. Well, by the way, what is the reason that Helmut doesn't want to play WSOP? I'm totally out of the loop on this one.
No, he's going to play the WSOP, not the whole series. He's saying for the main event that it's too long for people. He's just turned 60. He's saying that there should be a break, or they should play shorter days or a half day throughout. There should be some sort of break. He says he's been too tired the last few years, and it's too long if you're for older people that are disadvantaged, is essentially the narrative he is saying. And he has some points, but I don't know. Like he's also, you could just take a few days off before, or like there's other things you can do to try to power through. But listen, I do think it shouldn't be a marathon. They could make some adjustments. I think there's like a happy medium to make it a little bit less grueling.
Yeah, yeah, I get it. I mean, he has a point, but also the main event is the biggest, uh, you know, tournament out there in terms of prize pool, and it's a lot of players who are who already been in Vegas for a while. So yeah, I don't know if the organizers are gonna do anything about it. We'll see. Now we are back to 2.5 to 1 chip lead. Peter still leading the way. Now limps ace deuce off. And yeah, these guys are playing a lot of limped pots, which is a common thing around 30 big blinds and below. We do see limps at 50 bigs as well, just much less than 20 big blinds, heads up. And now Peter is checking back. I'm businessman picks up some equity, see if he wants to bet this. And Peter has such a happy call here. And yeah, I mean, if a club comes, okay, it doesn't.
Ace 2, shout out to Ann Arbor, Michigan, A squared, A2, where I'm born and raised. Beautiful, great. Not the oldest city in the U.S., but we have a good history there and great university, and love growing up there as well. So you that's important. That's nice to enjoy and love where you're from. And this is what he is loving, the betting into him. Although that's going to end there. The ace deuce on the ace deuce jack. Actually kind of a wild run out where he goes from like the stone cold nuts to like possibly not, but yeah, does have it. How do you guys, paddle, is that popular? I know in Europe it's very popular. Is there in Bulgaria, are people playing paddle, or is that not really a thing? Like pickleball, but paddle.
I know, actually I come from tennis background. I was competing in tennis up until 16 years old. I was decent at some point. For the Bulgarian standards, was in top three most of the time. But yeah, eventually I got an injury, and actually that's how I got into poker. So the bad thing turned into a good thing. And I wanted to try. I've been wanting to try paddle for a long time, but we just simply have no courts. Even though I live in the second biggest city in Bulgaria, and we do because it's so popular now in Europe. So, for instance, in Spain, that tennis is so popular, there are now more paddle courts than tennis in Spain. Imagine more paddle courts than tennis courts.
No, it's
But yeah,
becoming crazy. I'm obsessed. Like I love it so much. If anyone out there, if type a P in the chat, if you're playing paddle, if you know what I'm talking about, not pickleball, not going to say, I don't want to get in this debate. Jack 4, by the way, pretty unlucky for I Am Businessman. That was a big swing, hit the 4 and got to win the pot. Paddle to me it's like the most obsessive thing I've ever done. I would, if you made me, I don't even want to say it about poker or paddle, like what I would like. I love it. I think about it. I try to play every day. It's amazing exercise. It's so fun. It's addicting, and it's just a beautiful, beautiful game and sport. I'm super into it out there. I love hearing. I see some people putting the P's in the chat already, but yeah, it's just an amazing game, and it's becoming in Miami. It's super popular. Like there's so many courts. They have 30 indoor, 30 outdoor, like facilities, spa, kids club. Like it's like a whole ordeal. It's like not, some places I'm seeing they pop up like 4 or 6 courts. Dario San Martino, he has like a
yeah.
Napoli. That's his business now. He runs the paddle in Napoli, like one of the major complexes. Like people I know are like obsessed with it. And yeah, it's sick.
It's a
Yeah,
great business opportunity in Bulgaria also, I think. And I had this idea of developing the first court in my city. But yeah, I was overwhelmed with work and kids and everything else. So I think it's a bit too late. Maybe not too late, but they started building, and I think they have a few courts in Sofia, and now they might have one or two in Plovdiv. I'm not sure. But yeah, back in the day, like 2 years ago, I think we had no courts in my city. And I believe in the next few years, we're going to see a lot of courts being built all over the world, as paddle, as far as I know, is really has a short learning curve. So you can get pretty
yeah.
good, and you can feel pleasure even from the first try, right? And not a high chance for injuries. So good for all ages, pretty much. Yeah, I've heard so many people being addicted to paddle and
It's also
just
great for your
loving it.
mind. It's like great racket sports. They say make you live like 7 to 10 years long,
Yeah.
whatever. It also activates. Wow, great. What a value bet from I Am Businessman. While we were talking there on the river, he hits the 10 and he fires out a bet. That was impressive on that very scary board. That might be one of the better value bets of the day. It's just crazy.
Yeah.
He makes a bet like that, but then he folds top pair in a spot where like you could just never fold. But again, he does some things so well. And he's here, heads up, obviously playing the biggest, brightest tournament in the world. I Am Businessman showing us some of his class there, going to keep it into a game. So yeah, very interesting. But paddle, yeah, those racket sports, they say, really help your mind. And whether it's, ping pong, racquetball, squash, paddle, pickleball, any of that stuff. I'm not going to sit here and talk about.
Man, that 10-9 hand was wild. I mean, he was a limped pot and he bet big on the Jack 5-4, 3 spades without having a spade. Then Pieter called with the Queen 4, which was naked bottom pair, then check on the 7. And then he went for an overbet, slight overbet, 720 and 678 on a 10. And Pieter somehow called with the bottom pair. Well, that was a wild hand, and yeah, great value bet by I Am Businessman.
Great value bet. Impressive stuff. 10 jack suited, nice hand here, goes for a limp. You can see on the stack depth, 140K big blind, so 2.8, 4.2. He's got a little less than 30 bigs. 4.2 million would be that, so about 28, 29 bigs. As Pieter with the 7 deuce. You guys know that cash game, the 7 deuce, and he's got himself a nice hand brewing here. Got a trap going in a way with 10 jack suited versus 7 deuce off. May even just stuff it, but if he called, could potentially win a bigger pot. Ace 10 5. Although we've seen him make a hero fold before, I don't think he's going to be folding here. And this is, I'm a little surprised by this. Is this just a little bit? Maybe you say you take your best and your worst and you raise it, but maybe the 7 deuce. Could you just kind of not go for it here?
I mean, with about 30 bigs in heads up, there is quite a lot of limping on the button. So out of the big blind, you want to isolate more playable hands if you're going to use a standard sizing. But we saw Pieter using a really, really big sizing. And that's the second time I believe I see him doing that. And last time he did it with a really weak hand as well. So this time he used 840, that's 6x. Yeah, exactly 6x. So this is part of his strategy where he raises really weak hands with a really, really big sizing, and maybe he puts ace king off and like 9s or something into that really big sizing and just has 2 ISO sizes. Now in this spot, we're in an interesting, he just checks hoping to win. Sometimes I guess the businessman will check back and win the pot.
Nice play. Well, really nice. Got in there to get the guy post flop in position with Jack 10 suited and heads up poker versus 7 deuce off. That was well played. And look at this, 5.7 to 8.2. It is tight here. 237. Once we hit 250, thumbs up. I will announce the third and final $50 GG ticket winner today. I see more people pouring in the tweets. Jeff Gross Poker. That's still live. That is a $50 cash giveaway, not GG ticket. That's cash money out of my pocket. And we have 40 people have commented and guessed the winner and retweeted. So that is live. 2 giveaways still live out of the 4 for 50. One on my Twitter, one here. I will put that in the chat shortly. And this match rolls on. We got ourselves a pretty even match at 3.2 million was 30 bigs. So you can see now 5.6 the short stack, right? We're at 4.40, more 45 blinds. There's plenty of chips.
Oh, I'm Businessman check raise is 8-9 off on King 10-10. That's spicy.
Tell me now. So what is he doing with the king there though? Honestly, let's give praise. Let's tell people when they're making good plays and playing well. And let's talk about that. How can you fold that hand? I'm just saying, what do you think he's thinking there?
The king 5?
Yeah. Like how do you value bet 9-10 on that board, but then fold top pair to bet on the turn? I don't understand. I just don't know what you're like. I'm trying to follow that one.
It's hard. Yeah, it's really hard to explain. But sometimes good players have their own reads, and sometimes you're right, sometimes you're wrong, and you just have to accept it when you're wrong. And that brings me back to the situation where Zeiss folded the ace king against jacks, which now seems like a terrible fold, but he probably just thought it's a really underbluffed spot, and he listened to his intuition, and now it seems that they both made bad folds because we know the cards. But sometimes, when this feeling inside of you tells you you have to fold, it's for a reason, because you've been playing poker for so long and you've uh, developed a database in your mind, and you might not even know why you want to fold, because it's something that you smelled. You have some kind of read, especially live. This happens quite a lot because there is a lot more factors to consider, like body language, uh, and all kinds of live reads. So yeah, sometimes just you feel like folding and you go with it, and you trust your intuition, and you know that you're not gonna get it right 100% of the time, and you just have to accept when you're not right. So yeah, poker teaches us a lot about life, as you put it. Uh, oh, now spicy race on turn by Peter. You can see that he's a really capable player. Like, he can find raises in all spots pretty much. And now we're playing a big pot, 4 high for Peter, some kind of a middle pair for I am businessman, no straight blocker. It was a limped pot, check check on the flop. Then businessman led for 2/3 on the turn. Peter raised for 3x. And now he's thinking about yeah, he's going big.
Wow,
And it's
snap
gonna
call.
work.
Hello, we got ourselves a
Hello,
ball game. I gotta
hello.
say, now it's a good time since I'm businessman's chip leader. This could be an expensive dinner. We're talking Brazil to US, airfare included, top restaurants. So this isn't just your normal dinner. I haven't been to Bulgaria actually. Matter of fact, I think that should be talked about here for flights for with the wife. We're talking a 4-person Michelin dinner, international airfare included. So this is high stakes, baby. 610. Let's go, businessman.
You know, one dinner in Bulgaria for you and me could easily cost me uh $30 if we're ordering uh in a budget restaurant. So yeah, I mean, the range is wide from that to the best restaurants in Vegas. Range is really wide. Let's see, they're almost even. Although businessman has all the momentum here, he's hitting almost every hand, and he's making the right decisions. He snap called the king eight against
He
Peter.
isn't hitting, he is slapping. He is absolutely smashing flops, playing well. That 10-9 value bet really propelled him into some confidence and into a good situation, kind of got out of the trap there. And now Pieter, who kind of honestly, that 7 deuce, like I get it. I get the strategy. I understand. Take your worst hands and your best, and then some of the middling ones you check back. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. 7 deuce, yes, it's the worst hand in poker. And again, am I questioning his ability, his game, and his reasoning? No, I would just think in that sense, maybe that's the one you just check back. Like, hey, I got 7 deuce off for the outside chance the guy has a decent hand, calls me. Now I'm speeding with like no equity, no nothing in a really terrible hand. I just like, again, I it's hard to be critical and critique the world's best because they know what they're doing and they have a game plan. But there's certain little things, even like the king high fold or the flop with the top pair, right? Certain things let's don't check out, but then you got to remember how many things are doing well or great. That's the thing, right? And they have their reasons too. And it's in game and it's flow. So all good. Certain things
Well, his 7 deuce is, if you're using one ISO sizing, is certainly a check, because you want to be playing more playable hands, as I said, like queen 8 off, 10-7 off, king 9 off, like suited hands, uh, some suited hands. But then if you're using a 2 size strategy, which he does, you exactly want to put these 7 deuce off, 8 deuce off, 9 deuce, 9 3 off in the big size, alongside with ace king off, like jacks, 10s, 9s, 8s, 7s. These kind of middling, good enough pocket pairs that you can get 30 bigs in. So he actually picked the right combo for doing so, but I think he's overdoing it, because in theory you should be doing it like maybe like 5 to 10% with 7 deuce off, because otherwise it's just a lot of combos, maybe 15%, whatever. He might be overdoing it a little bit. But yeah, he's certainly capable and knows what he's doing. And it just didn't work out this time. He was barreling the turn. He would have emptied the clip on the river uh, if the river did not give him a pair. I'm pretty sure about that. He wouldn't have checked 7 high on the river. So the river kind of saved him. And now we're almost even.
Yeah, wide open. And all you can ask for, look, we had 9 players, 1 and 2. I'm Businessman started out first. Pieter Aerts started out second. They're 1 and 2. We picked them. We each have a dinner sweat. The audience has gotten 2 of their 4 giveaways. The Twitter one I'll announce right after the stream. Give you guys max time for that. See a bunch of people in that now. And then the $50, I said 250. We're 6 thumbs up away from getting that third and final live GG ticket giveaway. Look at my man EDW1337 already won a $50 ticket, and he's in there grinding for that second. He's trying to win 2 out of 3 giveaways in the stream. That would be flagrant, but I appreciate the effort, and he's going for it. And we see another pickup from I Am Businessman, 7.5, 6.3 game of inches. It's tight. Queen 6 limping, Jack 8 suited, one of those hands. Happy to see a flop with. Doesn't really make sense to shoot it up. Doesn't do it. No person making a pair. Queen 7 off, the dead middling hand in poker. This is a $64,000 heads up match right now that you are watching, and it is open. And it's a first time champion on the GGMillion will be crowned today. 250. You guys just, I ask and receive. Wild. All right, here it is. Josh at 25. You got it, bro. Congrats. Last giveaway now is on my Twitter, Jeff Gross Poker. I'm reading the comments. I'm seeing it. Doesn't matter if you pick the right winner or not. You are eligible. And I see more of you coming in right now. So that will be the last one for 50. We've done 3 of the 4. My Twitter tweet, the last thing available for the giveaways today. What a show. We are in there 3 hours, 20 plus minutes of streaming right now. We got more to play. I mean, this could be, I wasn't even thinking, I wasn't even like, there's been times, I'm not going to sit here and say every stream is the most engaging, interesting, best stream of all time. Today was so much crazy stuff happening. It was so wild. That doesn't even feel long to me, if that makes sense. Like, I'm not even like, oh my, and now I'm starting to realize this has got potential for a record. It just does, right? Because we're probably in the top 10 longest ever. They're dead even heads up. So, you know,
And they're
got,
limp
I don't
heavy
know.
strategy, which kind of prolongs the action. In heads up, both players are playing a lot of limps out of the button. So yeah, I mean there could be a cooler that ends it up next hand. But yeah, by the way, these guys are playing a lot of post flop play and not too many raise and 3-bet pots pre-flop. Yeah, I mean it could go on for a little longer for sure. But yeah, so far I feel we saw a lot of interesting spots and all kinds of players. Uh, some of them out of line, some of them, really precise. A cash game crusher. Like we had a little bit of everything today. Now a big pot is brewing here. Businessman checks the turn to Pieter, who is gonna decide whether he wants to bet the ace to get value out of against an 8.
Wow. This is, I mean, this is, I like, again, we're talking big hands here. The diamond maybe slows things down slightly all around, but if you're ace jack, like you're beating so many things. You beat the 8, you have a great kicker, right? You beat ace 7, ace 6, ace 5, ace 4. Somehow you beat a lot. It does just kind of check it back and realize the gravity of that pot in the moment and nothing else to do there. He is going to be thankful for that 4 diamonds and also just not to put more chips in there, as now it is 9.5 to 4.2. And things are moving towards I Am Businessman's favor in a big way. I'm checking flights to what's the major airport nearest you?
So, I mean, better fly to Sofia. We have an airport in my city, but better fly to Sofia. I'm gonna show you some nice places. But the place I'm gonna take you to if you come to Bulgaria, they're gonna be in nature because we have such a beautiful nature. And you have good restaurants and bars and cafes all around the world, so I'm gonna take you to some special places. Also, Greece is really close. Greece is like 4 hours. The Greek beaches are about 4 hours drive from my town. You have Istanbul, which is like 4 or 5 hours drive. I mean, it's a good location, man. It's a very key location connecting, you know, Europe, Western Europe, and the whole Europe with the East.
Yeah. No, it's a cool part of the world. Definitely. Europe's crazy to me because I forget like most of Europe, it's almost like the US. The whole country, the whole continent is like the biggest is the US. So like you fly places, you're there in 2-3 hours, an hour, 2-3 hour flights all over to cool places. And like the US, it's basically you can fly 6 hours from Miami to San Francisco. It's crazy.
Yeah. I can get to Italy for 2 hours, UK 3 hours. Uh, yeah, it's just 2 3 hour flights to anywhere pretty much from Bulgaria. And yeah, it's small, man. It's small. We have a lot of so even road trips are a good option because you can see so much. Like you can see few countries in a week.
I did announce that. Yeah, you're right. I did announce the third Twitter winner, Josh 25. I did, my man Vladimir, and I do have one more giveaway. It's on my Twitter, Jeff Gross Poker. That's it. We got one more out of 4. We did 3 of 4. Ace 10, 3, 5. These guys are battling. They want the title and 64 grand in the rubber band. Not a bad way. You're going to play hard for it, right? You're not just going to give it up. Both players hitting a pair here. Hard to do. And Hold'em businessman, see how he gets this one. Also, the thing about pair over pair, if you hit that second pair, though, you can really do some damage, especially on one like this, where it's just innocuous if a 3 turns or rivers, but he's certainly not folding for a bet. Got the runner wheel as well. Part of it
Yeah,
is that.
he's gonna call the turn as well with the extra equity, I'd imagine.
Yep.
And this size should be on the bigger side. Ace 10 off.
Yeah. Whoa. Super big. Now, does he do that somewhat with ace 10 with the 10 of diamonds because it's like it could look more likely as a flush draw or something to do this? Does that factor into that he's thinks that's like he would do that with the flush draw, maybe like a semi bluff like Jack 10 of diamonds or something? So he does. Wow. The offsuit 4 he calls quickly. What a hand. Is this it? Are we seeing it? Is this I am businessman? Is it the day? Is it over here? He rips it. He rips it. And you're asking a lot for the fold. Does Pieter fold? Can he make the fold? He's got a minute 19 ticking on the time bank. It's a big ask to fold here. Does I am businessman have bluffs? What bluffs does he have?
I mean, he's not having that many bluffs. I mean, maybe like a 5 with a like 5 6 diamonds or something, but Pieter is blocking this possibility with the 10 of diamonds if we're gonna be really precise. Yeah,
it's high level. It's
not
just
too many bluffs here.
It's high level. That's the thing. That's a high level. He went for the all of it. He's got the lead now, 11 to 2.6. Blinds are up in one hand as well. We're playing 71-40. We're playing for 64K. We're playing for the title. Neither one have one in the GGMillion. Now it's all in. And I am businessman. They say it's no fun when the bunny's got the gun, and he is out there swinging. He is up 81-60, sub 20. Pieter folding, getting walk 3 deuce. It's all working for I am businessman right now. It is all cooking.
Yeah. He has all the momentum here.
Yeah, and the blinds just went up as well. Good fold though.
Ace 10 was just really in a spot on the turn last hand that he wants to bet big and polarize himself. And ace 10 is certainly strong enough to do that. Having a diamond or not having a diamond, he's still gonna be using that sizing, I'd imagine. And the businessman clearly calls with turn with a gut shot. has better hands to fold. Like he has a lot of fives that are better, but actually without a gut shot. He has like queen jack, queen 10, the gut shots that are folding turn. So he decided to call turn. But now once he jumps the river, um, he just really hard to find a bluff, and that's why Peter didn't really waste that much time folding the ace 10. It's just hard to find a bluff there. So 20, less than 20 bigs effective. Yeah, I'm businessman is running hot. Let's see if Peter can turn things around. I've heard you have a lot of Michelin star restaurants in Vegas.
I live in Miami, but Vegas has got great stuff. That well, worst case, we're meeting up in Vegas for the World Series. We'll be doing out there. To be fair, that's a problem. I got a lot of dinners to pay and collect on, so gonna be eating a lot. Gonna come in fit, play a lot of paddle. Make sure I can get cash in on some of those. I need a spreadsheet. I made this joke before, but the truth of it is, I could keep better track, but if you told me if by that time, if you tell me if you won or lost, I might not, remember specifically, but I actually do know most of them, but there's a few I'm hazy on.
Yeah. Man, now you're making me think about playing paddle these days.
Greatest game ever. I will put it, I'll stamp it. If you play squash, if you play racquetball, if you play pickle or tennis and you start playing, you're going to say, wow. Like, I don't think you'll go back to that one of those games and be like, okay, I'm going to keep playing. You're going to be like, you know what? I respect the games I play. I'm not saying they're not good, but I have found paddle. I have arrived and I am here. That's what I think you'll say. There's a great rant about it recently on Schultz, the comedian, and Schultz on Rogan podcast the other day. He really when he gave the full spiel on it, and he was spot on. It's exactly how I feel. So I'm fired up by that. But that was Joe Rogan hadn't even really heard of it. It's a great business. Like even Sweden, in 2014 they had 6 courts in Sweden. They have 3,000 now in Sweden, like indoor, mostly indoor because of the weather. Wow. I mean, even Miami, it's like funny, it's rainy and stuff. Like there's a lot of indoor, but there is outdoor. I live in a condo, but when I live in a house, because I got 2 little boys, at some point when I go to a house, I will, even though I love my condo and I don't want to leave, but I will have a paddle court. That'll be a requirement to go to a house. That's not like going to be, that's not negotiable. So wherever I'm going, there's going to be a court. That is a fact. So
yeah,
6'10",
really in love with it, and it wants me give it a try. I'm sure I'm gonna love it.
You don't even understand. You just don't. It's so beautiful. It's like finding poker for the first time, or finding them like a great movie or show that you didn't know about, and someone puts you on it. Like you feel that joy of giving someone that gift that you are the one. Like I tell people, like now when I go, I say, listen, just remember. I'll tell you, like I want you to remember, save me in your phone as paddle, and you'll thank me every time you're playing for the future 20 years.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
I'm gonna save you as paddle.
Not not like my name paddle, but like a note, put paddle in there. But yeah, King 7 Queens. We gotta get a winner here. Are we going to a record? How it's 3 hours, 35 minutes right now. I know we've had a 4-hour, but we're in the top 5, I think, longest stream. So please and thank you. Stay and watch it through. Even we're losing people in Europe, I think, have fallen asleep because it's 1 a.m. places. We're in different parts of the world. Over in Asia, it's now like 7, 8 a.m. The sun's out. We're catching probably people coming online, certain parts of the world. It's people are waking up, but ace, queen, jack, queen, this could be it. This is
if a queen comes on the board, it certainly could be it.
Ooh.
Well, let's see what happens.
One more giveaway. Jay Nizzy, I got it in the hizzy. We have it. I put the link out. I put it out. I'm not going to put another link. I've done it a bunch. Jeff Gross Poker. Tweet from today. Big pot there. He did have the best hand, but didn't hit, and he continued and took it up. Deuces to 6-5.
All right. Give me a second. I'm going to use the restroom. I'm going to be back.
All right, you might miss it. It might be over when you're back, but do what you got to do. I'm going to talk about poker and paddle. We're going to see a jam here, and you're right. We should focus on the game slower. I got a little distracted and a little bit excited. All the P's. Great words. Poker, paddle. All the good stuff. King 4 suited, 5-8. There is a 5. Again, gets into the lead. He's out of position with an inferior hand. Now he is in the lead and probably a good hand to start betting. You do have king high, so I understand the check back. You do have double back door and could force some folds and deny equity, but as it stands, it was a good check back, as his opponent did have a hand he would not be folding, and he understands this is a critical time and doesn't bet. So well played in the sense of particular situation. King high also heads up going to be good a lot, so that makes sense to check back. And now a little frustrating as you have a 4, you have king high, and there was no betting, and now your opponent is betting pot. So gets the decision right again. Five high, but a flush draw, deuce 10 with a spade. So this hand, both players connecting well. That is the card. Well, we literally may have lost Stoyan at the restroom for the moment, because this is all but over. Open-ended straight flush, has a flush versus 2 pair, the Doyle top. Not quite top and bottom of the missionary, but 10 and 2. 2 pair. Stoyan, you got back just in time. What we are likely to see.
I got back to the bad news.
Likely to see dinner game set match, and that is a board pair. Is that enough? I don't know. It's still heads up poker. He has a 10. He gets counterfeit. That's a bad card for Pieter, but businessman certainly with
Pieter
the
is
flush.
not blocking bluffs here when he has 2 pairs. Yeah, his hand is not too strong, but I can certainly see him calling the river because he's not blocking any bluffs.
I will say though, the way that I Am Businessman has been playing and how he's even approached a few spots in the last 30, 45 minutes, it does feel like he's very meticulous, crafted to like finish. I don't see him like bluffing 5-3 off with the spade or, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think he's going to go for the juggler in this moment. He's got him down to the ropes. It just feels like he's got it. You know what I mean? And Pieter's made some great folds. He's got 20 seconds on the shot clock. So he has got that working against him now too. He's got no time bank left. And he's going to call. That's it. And you can't blame him. You can't blame him. I Am Businessman does it, delivers, takes it down. Even that river was just not enough to save him. And that is your winner, champion, first-time winner, rocking Zlatan, the man, the myth. That might have been his first goal. I think that's a picture from when he scored that epic goal on day 1 of his MLS debut. And hey, what do we got to say? It's 3 hours and a half of play. We had the 30-minute pregame. We covered it all. We saw a lot. One of the highlight, memorable GGMillion streams, I will say today. Pleasure to have Stoyan Obreshkov in the booth, CNC Poker. Big shout out to Raymond, the boys, and we've covered a lot. Stoyan, tell me your takeaways today. What stood out? What will you remember from today?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me. It was an absolute pleasure. A lot of fun spots, fun conversations. So some out of line plays. And the one thing that I wanna take away in my game is that, I haven't had time to watch cards up poker much, but I've been working on exploits, and I think I should be working even more on exploits, seeing how people play and how everyone approaches the game in a different way. Just how important it is to pay more attention, play less tables, just be present, be focused, and try to get in the head of your opponent, because playing the charts just doesn't really make sense, man. You just have to figure out how your opponent deviates from the charts and then make the most out of it. So today's final table really made me think that people are getting out of line, and they're
breakdown for everyone here. You see the first second win, almost a long shot. Owen gave a shot for the 18-1 over there for if you bet that in the incline on GGPoker. He had a good shot. Other than that, everything else was pretty straightforward, and Nicholas took a pretty bad beat, got short, got knocked out, didn't get his 5th title. We have a new winner. We have a champion. I am Businessman, and we appreciate all the time, energy, and effort. Next week, Matt Lambrecht, who took down the 10K WSOP event. I believe it was the Turbo Knockout. Good buddy of mine. Great poker mind. Going to have him on the show next week. Fedor Holz again will join us soon after. He was on recently. We're going to see him more frequently. He loves it. He says, he had great results over in Triton. Booth Magic, Stoyan, no guarantees, but I can tell you what, I know you know what you're doing. You're going to deliver. Best of luck to you on the future stops and online. We'll see you soon. Appreciate everyone. Next Tuesday, same time, same place. Daylight savings in the U.S. Make sure you adjust that clock. 1:30 Eastern, 2:15 is when the show pregame begins. 2:45 Eastern U.S. time is when the final table begins. So from myself, Stoyan, all the team at GG, appreciate you. GGMillions next week. Season 1 is in the way. We will see you next week at the same time, same place. Appreciate everyone.
See you soon.